Well, hello there.
Hello. Did you miss me?
That's my bio. You got style, kid. I spy with my little eye somebody's watching our stream.
Hey guys, how's it going? How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. It's you know, got a lot of rest. Totally ready to share some cool things with you guys.
That's my bio.
I see someone saying they're new here. Hi, welcome. We're
Thanks
gonna
for
watch some
coming.
junk for a few hours, so you should get a snack, get something to drink, buckle in.
Excuse me? You left your bits on the stream.
That's a lot of bits and resubs and everything. Wow, you guys are cool. You guys are pretty cool. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff. Maybe a game show. You know, you guys like those, and I like those.
Congratulations, you've passed your probation period. That's my bio. Thanks for coming.
I used to really stick to the 80s for these videos, but content is hard to come by, so we kind of bounced to the 90s. There's definitely 70s stuff in here. It'll be a good time, I promise. And if you don't like it, I don't care, you can leave. Alright? I don't want to hear it in the chat. I don't want to hear you complain.
That's my
Okay?
bio.
Do not make me fight you. I don't want to. How often do I do these streams with Zone? Well, it's hard to say. Around Halloween, we were doing them like once a week because, you know, hello, it's my favorite holiday. It really kind of depends largely on the types of things we can find to watch, so it's random.
Hey,
Subscribe or follow, you know, smash that bell button, you get notifications every time Zone streams. My day has been going pretty good, thank you. But for real, if you're new here and you're interested in these kind of streams, you know, you gotta follow and get the alerts. It's the only way.
Hey, that's me.
How is it streaming with Zone? It's slave labor. Zone's got dirt on me, so I have to do these.
Fresh bits! Oh, look at this guy's
Hey Mason,
bits.
congratulations on getting your vaccine. I hope you feel better.
I'm sensing a disturbance in the space-time continuum.
Is it dirty dirt? Filthy. Absolutely disgusting. Why are you guys asking me so many questions? The point is I don't want that information to get out there. I'm not gonna answer these questions. I see your trickery, and it's not gonna work on me. When are we gonna start? Never. We're just... You're trapped in a time loop. Nothing ever begins or ends. I will answer some questions now. Depends on what they are. I own 0 copies of Space Jam. I don't like Space Jam. It's not good. I know some of you don't want to face that reality because you love nostalgia and you love memes, but it's not good. It's just, I'm sorry. How do I feel about normal jam? Delicious, tasty. Put it on toast. Put it on top of a bagel. Fill it in like a pastry of some sort. Beautiful. Yes, love jam. I know it's a meme question, but I love jazz. Thank you very much. I like jams of the red variety. Looks similar to clotted blood, and I'm into that. Am I 9 feet tall? No, absolutely not. I'm so goddamn average. Mr. Rogers is pretty cool. I like an older man who likes to wear a sweater, so I'm into it. I'm not zoned, but I'm gonna field this question because I have a feeling about remakes. Stop remaking things. Just stop. It doesn't, we don't, just watch the original. why people simp for the bunny from Space Jam. Because they're furries. That's it.
Thanks for coming back. That's what I meant. I meant coming back.
I know some of you are gonna try to reason with your own feelings, which is, I'm not a furry. I don't feel that way towards furry characters. But if you had an opinion on what Lowly Bunny looks like and you thought she was hotter before, you're a furry. Just accept it. It's okay. Live action remakes of animated movies are kind of trash because animation is neat and you should watch the original one. I don't want to fucking see blue Will Smith. I don't. He looked weird and creepy. It was terrible. Do you have any advice for porn addicts who are trying to maintain sobriety and a much healthier, more fulfilling life? No, I don't. I'm not a therapist. I'm sorry. I hope whoever that is seeking therapy and getting real answers from a professional. I've seen many Richard Simmons workout tapes. It's worth a watch, honestly.
Congratulations, you've passed your probation period.
Richard Simmons, for sure. Listen, there are some things I've seen that we can't ever watch on this stream, but just do some research. You'll find some interesting things on YouTube.
Good midnight to you. You are here at the invitation of the young America mystic cult of horrors. And you shall enjoy being
God, I love being a part of a cult.
to the point of sheer panic as you are transported into the dark sepulchres of this mysterious night. And you may feel yourself changing from the gentle person you are to a monster with dark green blood running through its veins.
Green blood, new flavor unlocked.
Or a werewolf with long fangs for teeth. Or you may become a vampire with a deep urge within you.
Oh no.
For a refreshing drink of blood. Warm human blood. Of course.
Stop it, you're making me horny.
Thanks for sticking around.
To only a few of you, while others will remain as themselves, in a way, in a strange sort of way.
How much would you pay for a glimpse of the future?
More importantly, if you saw the future, would you take advantage of it?
Or would this just be another missed opportunity?
The stock you should have sold, the land you could have bought, the opportunity you would have taken, but didn't.
How many more opportunities are going to fall into your lap?
This may be your last chance.
Pay attention.
My last chance.
Once every decade, something really big comes along.
If you love
In the
something,
70s,
let
it was
it
the
go.
microwave.
If it
In the 80s, it
resubscribes,
was the
then
VCR.
that's
In the
great.
90s, it was PCs and the internet.
People
music
who were
is
positioned
awesome.
correctly in the 80s
To
became
read or
millionaires.
not to read?
People who were positioned correctly in
That
the
is the
90s
question.
became billionaires.
What do you think is going to happen in the next few years?
In his best-selling book, The Next Trillion, noted economist Paul Zane Pilzer states that by the year 2010, an additional $1 trillion annually of the U.S. economy will be devoted to the wellness industry, providing healthy people products to make them feel even healthier, look better, slow
Turn
down
the
the
music
effects
up.
of aging,
I don't want
or
to hear you
prevent
lady.
diseases
Turn the
from
music
developing
up.
in the first place.
Think about it. Most wellness industry sales did not even
If you love
exist 2
something,
decades
let
ago.
it go.
Today,
If it
they already
resubscribes,
total
then
approximately
that's great.
$200 billion in annual sales, about half the amount spent on automobiles in the U.S.
Look, everyone, invest in kale.
200 billion a year. By 2010, 1 trillion. That's 1,000 billion a year.
For those of you not into math, that is 500% growth.
Thank
How
you,
is
I'm
that
so
kind of
not
growth
into math.
possible? How is that kind of growth predictable?
2 words. Baby boomers. You've been hearing about them for 20 years. Economy for 20 years.
Isn't it about time you cashed in? The baby boomers are now 37 to 55 years old. Peak earning years, bigger dollars, more spending power.
Boomers are already responsible for the housing boom, the sport utility vehicle.
They're responsible for so much. Y'all don't even know in the 90s, do you?
Boomers and the things they want are already $5 trillion of our $10 trillion economy.
Even though they're only about 30% of our population, they're 50% of our gross national product.
More significantly, they're
They are
about to
certainly
add
gross.
$1 trillion to this $5 trillion of spending every year to preserve the one thing they hope works better than any SUV, condo, or computer: their youth. Youth.
They bust out the
Anti-aging.
beep boops for this song.
Wellness. The next big thing.
In the next 10 years, U.S. baby boomers will increase their annual spending on wellness-based services from approximately $200 billion today to $1 trillion.
$1 trillion.
I really do love how the music is completely drowning out the voice.
$114 million every hour. 1.9 million every minute.
Unprecedented opportunity for those who see it, for those who do something about it.
But how do you cash in? You have 4 options.
1, as a practitioner. 2, as a manufacturer. 3, 3 as a retailer or 4 as a distributor.
Practitioners like doctors, massage therapists, chiropractors, and naturopathic healers stand to make a fortune in the next few years.
If they can afford to pay off their school
Anyone
loans,
want a massage?
if they can stay ahead of the insurance companies.
If they keep trading time for money.
Manufacturing is a great business to be in. If you have millions to invest in infrastructure, patents, research, shipping, and receiving.
Retailing? Sure, great opportunity. If you can afford franchise fees, 7-day work weeks, advertising, inventory, and employee problems.
Distribution? Well, the greatest personal fortunes
Not
of the past
employee
3 decades
problems.
were made by people who found better ways of distributing things rather than better ways
Just
of
don't pay
making
them.
things.
Then they're
People
technically
like
not
Sam Walton of
employees.
Walmart, Fred Smith of Federal Express, and Jeff Bezos of Amazon.com.
The one
Jeff
thing they have in
Bezos!
common, they all are, or were, distributors.
But where Walton and Smith found better ways to physically distribute products that consumers already knew they wanted, the new billionaires of the 21st century are making their distribution fortunes educating consumers about new products and new distribution channels.
It's been called business at the speed of thought. Better products,
Better distribution,
better opportunity. Why? Because 78 million baby boomers with 1,000 billion in cash can't be stopped.
they want to go rollerblading. They want to drive sports cars.
They
It's
don't
the Tekken
want to
3
age,
music.
and they're willing to spend almost anything to stay young, healthy, and full of vitality.
Too bad, boomers. You're gonna fucking die like the rest of us.
US baby boomers will increase their spending on wellness-based services.
There's no magic pills to keep you alive, motherfuckers. You're going down.
$1 trillion every year.
Will you be ready? The person who shared this tape with you can introduce you to a wellness distribution business model that is already successful and proven.
A model that you can start part-time from your home without a large capital investment.
I'm a vampire. Of course I'm
Without
rich.
the headaches of traditional business
What do you think we do?
A
Every one of us lives in a goddamn castle. What are you talking about?
From a couple of $100 to a couple of $1,000 a month or more.
And because it's a home-based business, you can qualify for incredible tax advantages. Imagine it's 1980. Bill Gates is looking for investors. He thinks there's going to be a personal computer explosion. What are you gonna do this time?
Okay, guys, if you sign up to my program, it's only $150 to start. We send you a little kit to show you how to make your own money, trying to scam boomers for the next 10 years until they die. What do you
One
think?
thing is for sure, if you watch this tape and paid an ounce of attention, you can't say you didn't know.
When your children and grandchildren ask about the great prosperity of the early 2000s, what will you tell them? Will you be explaining how you positioned yourself and benefited from the opportunity?
Or will you be justifying how you missed it?
The statistics are real. The trends are real. The timing is real.
How many more opportunities are going to fall
Okay,
into
but
your
can
lap?
I get the soundtrack to this
Whatever you do,
infomercial,
don't
please?
miss this one.
You can churn away till your arms fall off, or you can fight with this contraption. Either way,
Why
you'll
is she
end up
blending
with
her
a
potatoes?
mess. Introducing Maxi Mixer. It's the quickest, easiest, cleanest way to mix anything and everything. No bowls, no measuring cups. The see-through canister does the measuring for you, and there's no splatter because the lid locks firmly in place. Simply turn the crank, and the extra-large twin chrome beaters blend perfect cake mixes.
Yeah,
pudding
turn the crank.
smooth as silk, and just look how easy it is to pour. Change to these stir paddles, and you can make cookies, pie crust, and muffins easier than you ever thought possible. It's even great for fruit drinks. Maxi Mixer is so simple and safe, even a child can use it. When you're through, just toss it in the dishwasher.
Poor girl
There's
was
no
like,
messy
I've never
cleanup.
smiled this much
Now
in my
you can make
life.
Scrumptious cakes, the easiest.
Oh,
the
it looked
kids' favorite
disgusting.
cookies, perfect pies. Anything that needs
I mean, I'm not a
mixing
cake
is
snob,
easy with
but, like,
Maxi
it
Mixer. And there's still
looked,
more. The
like,
stainless
worse
steel
than a
balloon
grocery store
whisk
cake.
whips cream and beats egg whites to the perfect consistency for meringue, mousse, or soufflés. Plus, we'll even include this flexible rubber blade for scraping and folding. It all comes complete with this attractive counter stand and accessory holder for only $29.95. But wait! Order now and get this chopping attachment absolutely free. The stainless steel blades go through onions, chop eggs for salad, and look how easy it is to prepare homemade salsa. Maxi Mixer comes with a money-back guarantee. You get everything for only $29.95, so order your Maxi Mixer now.
Go on, order it. Very good start. Lovely intro. How are you guys doing? Let's go. Oh, never mind. It's all about space, Jesus.
2000 AD, a new year, a new millennia, the gateway to a brave new world, a threshold and a quickening, advancement, the anthem of the newest generation. Knowledge increases faster than ever before. Change is not only
Did that
expected,
brain have little
but
tiny
coveted.
boxing gloves
A
on it,
global
or
media
did I
brings powerful
just
images
not
into our
understand the
homes, into
graphic?
our minds. Science fiction pushes the limits of what is possible and what is real. And virtual reality is an illusion no longer. Knowledge, change.
Oh my god,
media,
it's not a delusion.
science
VR
fiction,
is real.
Virtual reality. All major parts of life today. All unique to this generation. And all at the heart of end times Bible prophecy. Coincidence? Or is reality itself quickly becoming a deception? A deception that tries to obliterate the greatest promise in history. The return of Jesus Christ.
Oh, fuck yeah! Is the second coming alright?
To quote Peter Lalonde, we stand at the edge of time. We live in the only generation that has ever been
That is the most
completely different from
disgustingly
every other one that
conservative
has gone
outfit I've
before
ever
it.
seen in my life.
The explosion of knowledge in this generation and the things that that knowledge now makes
Ma'am,
possible
why are you wearing
have literally
this?
put history on fast forward, propelling us headlong into the future at breakneck speed.
Well, one of the most overlooked signs that the Bible gives concerning the last days is this idea that the last generation would see a great and unique increase in knowledge.
Okay.
Now, I would ask you, to what other generation could that possibly apply? If you look at every previous generation, they
I don't know,
did build on the
probably
knowledge
like
gained by the generation
hundreds
before
of
it, but
thousands
it was
of
only
years
a
from now.
modest increase. But this generation has seen an exponential increase in knowledge. That is unique.
And it's also unique from any future generations because you can take the quantum leap from backwardness to the space age only once. It doesn't mean that there couldn't be great increases in knowledge in the future. It just means you can't have the first step ever again. Man can only land on the moon for the first time once. That's what makes this generation totally and irreplaceably unique.
But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book.
Oh, Daniel,
even to the
shut
time of
up.
the end. Many shall
What?
run to and fro,
What does this
and
mean?
knowledge shall be increased.
About this matter of the expansion of human knowledge, knowledge shall be increased. Oh, is that an index of today? From the time of Christ until 1750, knowledge, the amount of things we know, doubled one time. From 1750 to 1900, it doubled again. From
So don't worry, a lot of
1950,
people are
doubled
regressing.
again. From 50 to 60,
You know,
doubled again.
a lot of
And
people
now,
don't believe in
the expansion
gravity
of
or
human
that
knowledge,
the
the things that
Earth
we
is
know
round
are
or
going up at
or
an
that landing on the
exponential
moon
rate,
even
so it's really
happened. So
almost
technically,
straight
you
up.
can't say
And
we
of course,
landed
the
on
name
the
of the game is
moon
computers,
if people
cybernetics.
believe we
The
didn't land
fact
on the
is,
moon.
today
So
the
people are
total
getting
of
dumber.
everything we
So we're
know
just gonna have to go
doubles
through
in
this whole
less than
knowledge
2 years.
experience again.
Information flow is probably at its height. Not that it's at its limit or at its maximum.
These men of faith have so much faith in the world that we're gonna just accept the scientific facts. It's not happening anymore.
Than ever before.
If you think about it, this whole idea of time and fast forward is probably the most overlooked portion of Bible prophecy. As I read the writings of men of God from previous generations, it was clear that they really couldn't see how one generation could suddenly be so different from everyone that went before it.
Now imagine if you could travel through time and you traveled from, say, 400 BC to about 1500 AD. I think you'd hardly notice the change. That's 1900 years with hardly any major differences. But what if you traveled from 1890 to today? You'd think your time machine had broken and you were on a different planet because the differences are just that great. And that's only
we still have cars.
100 short years. In that time, you can go from the horse and buggy to the space shuttle.
We still have horses. They didn't go anywhere.
But the most incredible acceleration of all is in the pace of technological change. It took humanity more than 2 million years to invent wheels, but only about 5,000 years more to drive those wheels with a steam engine. The first computers filled entire rooms, and it took 35 years to make the machines fit a desk.
I'm sorry,
But
Bible
the leap
people,
from
are you
desktop to laptop
confirming
took less than a
evolution?
decade. For much of this century, the mail and the telephone were the
Huh,
primary means of
interesting.
communication. Now, faxes, voicemail, and electronic mail have all come into widespread use in less than a decade. What will the next decade bring as we move into a new millennium? That's getting harder and harder to predict. Change is coming so fast that some of the most
Y'all ever
important
sent a
technologies
fax?
of
It
the
was pretty good.
21st century may now be just a sketch on a drawing board or a glimmer in the mind of a genius. Then again, the transcendent technologies may be right under our noses, on the verge of having as great an impact as the car or the telephone.
We have statistics that show computer capability, from the sense of the computer chips themselves, are able to run 2 to 4 times faster every 18 months.
No
so
way.
18 months from now, the computers that will be coming out, the newest processors, will be running, again, 2 to 4 times faster than the ones we have today, at the same cost.
And if you don't think that this generation is different than those before, it's too bad you can't go back and talk to people living even 100 years ago. For example, Lord Kelvin, president of the Royal Society, said in 1895 that heavier-than-air flying machines are impossible. Or Charles H. Duell, commissioner of the U.S. Office of Patents,
Well, he was a fucking
said in
dumbass.
1899 that everything that can be invented has been invented.
He
Or
was
in
also a
1943,
dumbass.
Thomas Watson, chairman of IBM, said, "I think there is a world market for maybe 5 computers." Or that computer genius of today, Bill Gates, who said in 1981 that 640K ought to be enough for anybody. These aren't just country bumpkins who are saying this. These are highly educated individuals at the top of their fields.
Consider the fact that at the turn of the century, even the concept of train travel was shocking to some.
Soon railways will span the entire globe. Just imagine it. We'll be able to travel faster than ever before, at speeds of over 30 miles an hour. 30 miles an hour. And we'll be able to go virtually anywhere.
What about these metal rails? Couldn't they affect the Earth's magnetic field? And then what would we do?
So we don't think
Okay,
about
the
that.
train gets
Matter
sucked
of fact, it
into the
doesn't seem like
Earth's
you've done much
crust, and
thinking
then
at all.
you
World
never
society
escape
is
and you
one
die.
At speeds of over 30 miles per hour, the air supply in the train will be cut off.
The Earth is just a
Physicians
giant
in Munich have
magnet,
said
actually.
that people will suffer from headaches, vertigo, and even blindness. Oh, we've taken all that into consideration.
But what if a twig or something should fall on the tracks? Have you considered that?
I mean, everyone knows that if you hit a twig at 30 miles per hour, your wheels are going to shatter.
No, I don't think so.
We live in a generation in which more is happening in a day than happened in a month or a year once upon a time. We live in a generation that is characterized by an absolute kaleidoscope of activity. Wars, rumors of wars, famine, pestilence, earthquakes, poison gas in subway stations, and collapsing buildings, and all of this. And so I first of all would say it's a world of activity. But I think the thing that interests me most is the one that might be summarized by the Daniel verse that we refer to: knowledge shall be increased. The exponential expansion of human knowledge that never would have been possible just with pencils and paper and kids in school writing 2 times 2 makes 4.
Robert Fairshat of BCE Mobile in Toronto says, "We talk about the old days being November. The time for change is compressing exponentially."
What?
We hear about the information superhighway coming.
Am I
upon
stupid
us
or
where-
just did not
where
understand what
remote
that man meant?
facts that would have taken eternities to work
It sounds
out,
like he just learned a
calculations
couple
beyond the
words and
human
was like,
pale,
I'm gonna use
now
them
can
in a
happen like
fancy
that.
sentence.
Therefore, I ask the question, what shall we do with this amazing gift that can produce great good or great evil? And I'm filled with anticipation as to what it will do. God alone knew the numbers of the hairs on our head once upon a time, and now we
He's so aggressive.
The same year, 1948.
Lean back, Paul, or
Not
whatever
only
your
did
name
that
is.
year see Israel return to her land, but it also saw the invention of the transistor, something key to the drastic improvement of computer technology. Without it, technology couldn't have become smaller or faster.
Of course, there's a vast difference between having knowledge and having wisdom. But in today's information age, many have confused the two. They say that since we have gained greater knowledge, we must also have grown wiser. However, Malcolm Muggeridge significantly writes, "We have educated ourselves into imbecility." Likewise, the Apostle Paul, speaking of the last days, described the people as ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. But the scope of our knowledge isn't the only thing that's changed. We've changed as well. We've learned to accept new things, the way we accept the coming of
Did
each
her
new
scarf
day.
get bigger?
In fact, this generation seems to covet change. But that
Oh,
wasn't
I thought
always
the
the
top
case.
half was bad.
For example, in 1900,
What
there
is
was a
that
department store that
outfit?
sold a revolutionary new device. It was called an escalator. And like this one here, it used to carry shoppers from the first floor to the second. People didn't quite know what to think of this contraption. And parents used to actually comfort those who would use the device by offering them a shot of brandy when they got to the top.
Oh my god, that sounds
This wasn't some
awesome.
sales gimmick used to advertise the store. This was actually to help the people getting off the escalator to get over the rapid increase in altitude. Obviously, people then weren't quite
You'd be fucked up at a mall.
the way we are today.
You just go up and down escalators all day.
Well, what's really amazing
Use some
today
fucking
isn't so much
alcohol,
everything
have
that's
a
new,
sip,
although
babe.
that certainly is, but the way people react to what's new. Nowadays, anything that's new has to be tried and done immediately. What do the commercials say? Just do it. And what's the complaint we always hear today? Been there, done that. Do you think 100 years ago people would be willing to pay money to tie elastics to their ankles and jump off a bridge and almost hit the ground?
I do
don't
believe.
think so. But today we live in a thrill-seeking, instant gratification world. We just naturally expect things to be better,
Oh,
newer. So we've got to realize we've changed as well. In our office, we have a number of computers. Some are from a few years ago when we first began our ministry, and some are newer. The other day, I had to work on one of the older ones, and I couldn't get over how slow it seemed. What else I couldn't get over was how frustrated I was becoming at having to wait for it.
I'm frustrated
This
by
slow
your
computer
tie.
used to seem incredibly fast to
Okay.
me, but not anymore. Now if I have to
You
wait
guys
at
are
all, I
making
think
some
something's
major fashion mistakes.
However, the older generation isn't
Not this
approaching the
woman
new
though.
technology
She's
with the
fucking
same
styling.
enthusiasm.
That fucking Gucci print.
Come on, Grandma, what's taking so long?
I don't know what I'm doing. I never used one of these before.
Look, you just do what it tells you to. It's simple.
But what if I do something wrong? I don't want to hurt anybody.
Oh, Grandma.
Why don't you use a real killer?
What, and actually talk to a real person?
You know, in a sense, we're now seeing the first true, real generation gap in human history. In the past, kids wore their hair differently than their parents or listened to different music. But today, they truly live in a completely different world. They're plugged in, they're online, and they're viewing this world through a lens that the older generation doesn't even know exists.
We're book people, right? We learn from books. They have no
oh my
interest in
God,
learning
bruh.
books anymore. They want multimedia. They want interactive things that they can learn.
I've never seen the like tops of the whites of someone's eye before. You know what I mean?
Especially for people who have never
His
seen it
eyeballs
before. We've heard,
were so
"Wow,
out
there's
there.
Never been anything like that. I can't believe I just did that."
The new technology has been very popular
That's
among
my
the
bio.
younger crowd, if you wish. The ones who are into the video games and the computer technologies today. They're very comfortable. They're using the equipment in the sense of the ATMs. They're using the phone line services, the fax services.
I think the transition to that kind of technology and people's reluctance to adopt new technologies is diminishing over time. I mean, it pervades everything that they do, and this will just be one more aspect of the information age.
Listen, old people, we created these things for you.
Technology really is
You
incredible.
you read and you touch.
To do many things
You
that
don't
we
have
could
to
never even
do
imagine doing without it. But sometimes it does take us too far, too quickly. For example, imagine people using an X-ray machine to see if their shoes fit. That's right, the same machine that we now avoid, that spews radiation and causes cancer, and that doctors hide from in other rooms, was once used every day, in the open, in shoe stores.
Radiate
Anyone,
my
including
feet,
children,
please.
could slide their feet in, press a button, and voila, they could see their bones. Now, it was nothing
I want
more
to
than
see
a
my
marketing gimmick,
bones.
but who would have guessed that as the children laughed and wiggled their toes, they were actually being exposed to deadly radiation.
But that's just the thing. Bad things happen and then measures are taken to correct those problems. But when you're moving at the speed we are today, there's no time to stop and correct these things. I like the saying, there's an alarming increase in the number of things we know nothing about.
You know, very knowledgeable people used to think that there were limitations to all of this. For example, in 1949,
I hate this guy.
Popular Mechanics
I don't know why he
magazine made the
bothers
bold
me so
prophecy
much.
that computers in the future may weigh no more than 1.5 tons. This is laughable for us now, but back then I'd bet most people would have said, 1.5 tons? Are you joking? They'll never get that small.
But that's the beautiful thing about technology and virtual reality and where we are. The idea is that there are no limitations. And if we were to think that there were limitations, we wouldn't be where we are today, technologically speaking.
The fact is, as Harry Fosdick said, everything is moving so fast.
They have
these
so
days
many
that
quotes
the man
from
who
so
says
many
it can't
people.
be done is generally interrupted.
How am
by
I supposed to
someone
remember
doing
them
it.
all?
Technology is sexy. That's what it comes down to. Technology is news.
Y'all ever see a robot with a fat
To
booty?
live in the future. We're all afraid of living in the present.
Technology's
But
so
we're bored of
sexy.
Today, people are used to change. We encourage it, even crave it. Unlike our friends from a scant 100 years ago, we'd go crazy without it. It's true that we live in a fast-paced world, but you have to remember that we're the ones
That
who
man's so
on the
creepy.
accelerator, the music blaring from the top down. Perhaps it's this new attitude,
So you
even
stand
more
there?
than our exploding levels of technology and knowledge, that is the single biggest factor in thrusting us boldly but blindly into our
She's like,
brave new
I already told you I don't want the drink, sir. I'm sorry you spent $10
You know, when you
on it
read
at the
book of
bar. I did
Revelation,
not ask
the
for
world it
it.
describes seems so distant, so far away, so unlike the world we live in, it almost seems like some kind of science fiction novel. So you kind of think maybe it can't happen for a long time. But in today's world, not only can and do events take place very quickly, but people move right along with them. This is the first generation in history that I believe could deal with an event like the rapture and step right into the tribulation world without having a collective heart attack.
We're ready for the rapture.
change is
Why
fast in
is
our
she a
world
fucking
today.
magician?
The
Wait a
Bible
minute.
warns
This
us
is
that we
witchcraft.
ain't
You're
seen
gonna get
nothing yet.
burned by the rest of the people on the show.
A world turned on its head. A world with the most unthinkable series of events taking place, all within 3.5 short years.
The book of Revelation is about the titanic battle between God and Satan. But when you look at it from a
I love the
practical view, the
Titanic.
chronology of that compressed time is absolutely staggering. I mean, in 42 short months, the Antichrist, this great deceptive leader that arises on the world scene in the last days, sets up a world
Did he
government.
come?
He sets
I
up an
don't
integrated
remember.
world economy. He brings all the world's religions divided forever into a single united world religion. He establishes a powerful and effective global army. He brings peace to the entire world. He has the temple rebuilt in Jerusalem, and he creates a global electronic identification system. Now, even for the Antichrist, the master of evil and deception, that's a lot of things to do in a very short period of time.
Each one of these tasks would normally take
I'm
much
confused.
longer than 3
Was that
years
supposed to
do.
be a bad
Never
thing,
mind
all
trying
of
to
the
do them
stuff that
all
he
at the
said?
same
Because they
time.
sounded pretty
But
good.
what's important to realize is that almost all of these can be seen on the horizon right now. The seeds of a world government can be seen in organizations like the European Union, NATO, and the United Nations, a world economy
They're
is
like,
coming
everyone's
closer
gonna
through
be in
things like the
unity and
World
work
Trade
together, and stuff's
Organization
gonna be
and
like
increased world
peace
trade.
and cool
An emerging
and
world
what?
army can be seen in Eurocorps or the UN Army. Humanism, Eastern religions, and the New Age movement are combining to form a new type of global
What religion does that little bouncy
and the
thing? I want to do
technology
that.
and motives for a worldwide electronic identification system are in place right now.
But it's one thing to hear world leaders talking about the possibility of all these things happening. It's another thing altogether to have them actually happen. My point is that I think the rapture is going to serve as the ultimate trigger, changing every single thing and every point of view on this planet. And it's going to happen just like that.
The Bible does indeed picture a world stunned by the rapture and then seduced by the greatest deceiver this world has ever seen. The Antichrist then leads the world through the enormous
I don't
changes that we've
understand
noted.
religion,
But if
honestly.
he's going
It
to
sounds
do
like a
that,
cool
he's going to
fucking
have to
story,
communicate
though.
with the entire world very quickly, and he's going to have to get everyone to trust and to believe in him.
Imagine writing like
Once
the
again,
fucking
this is the first
sickest
generation in
fiction
which that is possible.
ever, and then like
generations,
after
there was
like
no
a
way
few
everyone
years,
on the
people
entire
misinterpret
planet
and
could
be
even
like,
know who this guy was,
not even
never
giving
mind
you your
trust him.
writing credits as
But
the
today,
author. Like,
the
I
will
would
is
be
obvious
pissed.
through the global mass
That dude
media.
was like, I should have put
In
my
fact,
name
it may
on
not
this.
be going too far
I
to
forgot.
say that this
And
window
everyone
on
was
the
just
world
like,
is quite possibly the most
thought like
powerful
fucking
and
words were
influential
magic,
force
and
on the
now
planet.
here we are.
Ed Turner, Executive Vice President of CNN, has said, "The news is what we say it is. I don't mean to sound arrogant, but in life, there are certain things edited out."
I will give you one example. I don't want to badmouth any television crew right now, but years ago, a famous TV chain in the United States sent a crew to the West Bank, and they bribed, and it was all documented, they bribed a young Arab boy, 12 years old, to put a tire on fire. Now, I can tell you, if you would put a zoom, a television lens, through a fire, through the smoke, you will make believe that the whole city is up in fire, but it was one tire. So the fact that you watch it on television doesn't mean that this is true. You're only watching it on television. And what you are seeing is the picture that was taken by the producer, by the cameraman, and they can do whatever they want. And you make believe that this is true. This is not true. This is the truth that they want you to see.
You're not supposed to see you guys later. You're supposed to say the words that people want to hear, like, I'm back. Oh, am I supposed to say that right now? You're supposed to say, I'm back. Man.
The media's depiction of any subject whatsoever, whether it be political, religious, or technological, has always helped to gain a greater awareness and more consciousness about what it is that they're talking about. Like this program, for example.
Was that Cher?
The viewers out there today are going to watch a little bit about technology and get a glimpse into the future.
I think it can be argued that the media industries are among the least regulated industries in society today. I mean, they have an enormous amount of carte blanche and freedom to do whatever they want. And that's something we have to address a little more seriously.
I really thought she said cockwatch, and I don't know
to create heroes and/or villains. It's basically understood
that woman's voice did not work with my ears very well.
Not so much on the candidates' platforms and ideas, but how they come across on TV.
A former nightclub crooner who controls Europe's second largest media empire, Silvio Berlusconi has invented a new brand of politics created for and by television. The video wall is to Mr. Berlusconi what the soapbox was to John Major.
A high school teacher recently told me that a grade 11 student asked who Moses was. This wasn't meant to be humorous. The student seriously didn't know who he was. But I'll bet if you asked that student who did a particular commercial or whose song is at the top of the charts, you'd get an immediate response. So our focus, our heroes, what's important to us has all radically changed. And it's done so in the one generation since TV was born.
I'm sorry that I know Michael Jordan over Moses. Don't get mad about it. I asked you the question. Just answer me.
In history.
The TV program Friends is one of the most popular shows around for both adults and children.
Excuse me, is this where the singing lady is who tells the truth?
Yeah, I guess that's me.
She's here!
Sometimes men love women, and sometimes men love men, and
Then there are
That's why they added
bisexuals,
this.
though some just say they're kidding themselves. La 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 la.
Week after week, TV shows like Friends send out their messages loud and clear. Think how effective these messages are when they're coming from extremely popular people, instead of just from mom, dad, or
Yes,
teachers.
Matthew Perry.
Entertainment is
Incredibly
the sole
popular.
fact that's now sort of cherished by the students. I think that's where we could look at how all these things, the video games and all that, make us entertainers as much as teachers.
And again, there are harmful effects from advertising being directed toward children because of the extent to which it distorts their perception of reality and what they need to be happy and healthy and wholesome, loved. So their self-esteem and their perceptions of needs, wants, and desires are being distorted by these media conglomerates.
Why are they mad that Pam Anderson's hot? Fuck off.
Do I have to go?
See you later. Hi. Come on in, have a seat. So, Joey, you've been in a lot of trouble lately. Stealing, fighting, swearing at your parents. Can you tell me why?
Fuck my parents!
Well, why don't we start by looking at some of the things that you like and some that you
My
don't?
mom's a bitch.
So,
Sure will
what
give
kind
me
of
apple
things do
juice.
you like to do?
Watch movies.
Okay, well that's good. And what are some of your favorite movies?
Nightmare on Elm Street. I've seen it 10 times.
You're a little young for that. That's a pretty scary movie. Weren't you frightened by it?
At first I was, but then I pretended I was Freddy.
Isn't Freddy the bad guy?
As long as I'm him, I
Yeah,
don't have
don't
to
blame
worry.
the parents
He
for
kills
letting an
everyone.
8-year-old watch an R-rated movie. That's, you know, whatever.
The power of today's media can't be overstated, and it shouldn't be overlooked either. From the very young to the very old, from the east to the west, the media can change our views of the world. You know, Ted Turner, the founder of CNN, boasted after the fall of communism that he brought down the Berlin Wall. You know, some people laughed at that because Ted's not the most modest guy around. But I think there's at least some truth to his observation. The communists finally got a look at how the rest of the world lived through the media, and then decided that they'd had enough. Once they saw how the other side lived, there was no going back. So in essence, the media did something that wars and 40 years of a Cold War could not do.
They brought in the rich
And
music.
you guys, I say you guys, the media ends up being essentially the purveyor of cultural prototypes by the electronic media. As someone once pointed out, with something I didn't think was obvious, but I'm beginning to believe it's true. You realize that millions of people all over the world on portable TV sets, which are cheap now, are watching CNN and learning English.
CNN devil. Learning English devil. Dude, better not learn English.
Ronald Reagan used to say he loved television.
What the fuck does learning English have to do with anything? Why did he say it like 10 times?
Knit together. It's television, commercial television, that is more and more binding the world together. The news gatherers.
He's like, they're watching CNN and they're learning English. They're learning English.
And that's going to change us all.
Everybody's learning English.
Change the way the world sees itself and does itself. We are on the brink of either a brand new world or a hell of a catastrophe, one or the other.
I think you'd simply have to watch and realize that this is part of Satan's deceptive practice, because he can get at the world through the media of the world and produce his doctrine. Of course, the media is doing it already, and that's going to continue in the
Satan invented TVs.
The Bible has an incredible prophecy.
So then what about
Revelation 11.
televangelists?
It
Are they
tells us
actually
that
Satan?
in this last generation,
I have so many
in this
questions.
time when there's a world dictator, that God will send two men who will be like Elijah or John the Baptist of old. They're going to call people to repentance, but the Bible says that after a period of 3.5 years, they will be killed by the world dictator. Then the Bible says the whole world will be astonished as they are resurrected and ascend to heaven in the sight of all men. I ask you to consider, in no other generation, in fact, even 10 years ago, it would have taken a week or two for the news of the death of these men to go from Palestine all the way to America or to China. How then, in any other time than today, with CNN and worldwide television, where the whole world watched O.J. drive down the freeways south of LA during his escape ride, the whole world now can watch the Olympics. The world with
Escape
CNN
ride.
and worldwide television for the first time in history, could watch the death of these men, could watch their bodies unburied and be aware of it, have a party, and then be astonished as they arose supernaturally in the sight of all men. These prophecies could not be fulfilled in any
Why
other
do we
generation.
accept this
You know,
witchcraft?
we were
I don't
working on our
understand.
video Left Behind, which depicts the world in the moments following the rapture. We were trying to think what people's first reaction might be to this unthinkable, simultaneous vanishing of millions of people off the planet. Then it hit us, and we opened the video with a man running to his television set. You know, I believe that this may well be where the Antichrist will make his appearance on the world scene. You're going to have the entire world, almost out of their minds, gathered at their television sets, trying to figure out what's happened. And then it's into this supernatural, supercharged moment that the Bible says the most powerful deceiver in world history will step onto the world stage. I think it may well be through television. Instant celebrity is very much a phenomenon the last few years. Just ask Tanya Harding or Norman Schwarzkopf or Marcia Clark. The right person at the right time with the right media coverage can today gain instant and global recognition.
So the stage, it would seem, is set. The pieces are in place for the greatest entrance onto the world stage that mankind has ever seen. There's little doubt that today's media has the power to create heroes, bring about remarkable changes, and create a global culture. And that same power can also make the Antichrist an extremely popular figure. Popular enough to fulfill prophecy and be worshipped by the entire world.
Stop doing that shit! Jesus is gonna get mad.
I don't think any of us can say that we haven't looked up into a night sky and marveled at the expanse of it. Where does it go? Where does it end? What's out there? Today, those questions have become all the more real. After all, the idea of ET doesn't seem quite so far-fetched now that we have our own shuttles in space. But there's something more to it than that.
I remember as a little boy watching Neil Armstrong step onto the lunar surface. I remember the first space shuttle launch. These were great times to grow up in. But I think our imaginations have been fueled by Hollywood as much as they have been by the Space Control Center in Houston. E.T., Star Trek, and much more recently Independence Day have painted such powerful images on our collective consciousness that our everyday world seems a little drab by comparison. It's created a hunger for the next big thing. The world really seems to want something big to happen.
I don't really like space that much. Seems incredibly boring. There's a lot of shit to do here.
Where are we going? However, with society moving away from Judeo-Christian values and teachings, people are looking to ETs for answers. I don't think it would be too much to say that society today has been primed for contact.
Of course, once an idea has been planted, the human mind is capable of imagining many fantastic things. For example, I'm sure that many of us can remember being alone in a dark room. Suddenly, we begin to imagine something dark, twisted, and scaly creeping closer in the shadows, even though we're sure we're alone.
She's got weird
Horror
fucking
movies
scaly
are
fantasies,
based
dude.
on our mind's ability to imagine.
She's like, everyone's experienced that, right? That like a full-grown lizard man comes inside of you. That happens to everybody, right? Like, it's because, you know, the whole, like, religious thing and
Indiana
the...
Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. And, you know, we came out of that theater so excited, so pumped, so on fire. All we wanted to do was hop on a plane and go find that ark. On the way home, we walked along a beach until something made us stop. Suddenly, a little ways out in the water, we could see a faint light glowing on the surface. It shimmered and moved with the water and seemed to be alive. Full of anticipation, we waded out into the water. You know, we couldn't tell where the light was coming from. Was it coming from some source in the sky that we couldn't see, or was it coming from under the surface? So we kept going out till we were up
shut
to our
up,
waist in
Todd.
water.
What is this
I reached
guy's
out with my
name?
toe
I hate him, and I want to insult him properly.
Spin under the surface. Peter reached down into the water, getting the rest of his clothes wet, and felt around for what was still glowing on the lake's bottom. It turned out only to be a flashlight. So our adventure wasn't nearly as amazing as Indiana Jones's. But what was amazing was how much we wanted that glow to be something more than just a flashlight. The movie had set us up for great expectations, and our imaginations did the rest. When it turned out to be some old thing just from this planet, we were really disappointed.
The fact is that TV and movies have set most of us on edge, waiting for something to happen. Be it dinosaurs from ancient DNA, violent storms, deadly diseases, or aliens from outer space, all of us are primed and ready for the next big thing.
Sometimes these look in some clips that I don't know why.
Technological age in which we are living, boring.
Still, there is even greater significance. We've talked about people's ability to cope with change, and now their desire for dramatic change. Doesn't it seem like a world perfectly set up for the most dramatic event in history, the rapture? The world may be expecting dinosaurs or aliens, but they won't be expecting that.
Actually, I believe, although the Bible doesn't specifically tell us, that when the rapture takes place, the world's first idea will come from Star Trek. Beam me up, Scotty. People will think that aliens have made their first contact and beamed them away.
It's the name of the TV show, Star Trek, Beam Me Up, Scotty.
Someone vanish in front of them. Science fiction and New Age thinking have become such an influence on our
People
world.
just shortened it to Star Trek after the years.
Transporter beams will undoubtedly be more readily believed than God.
Sir Francis Bacon wrote, "People prefer to believe what they prefer to be true."
The more you talk about something as if it were real, the more real it's going to seem. For example, for years, schools and the media have talked about evolution as a fact, and now people believe it as such. Never mind the real fact that it's never been more than a faulty theory. People seem to be clinging to anything that tries to disprove God.
I wasn't born from a monkey. My mom was not a monkey. That's real rude of you to say about her.
Search for ETs. Another theory that has come about is certain researchers have said that life could not have evolved on Earth under the scenarios that we can create here. We just do not understand how that could have occurred, but instead of turning to look at design or look at a creator, they say it must have come from outer space.
Technology and knowledge is moving so fast. We've never been at such a point in this ever. Humans are evolved. Wait a minute.
Well, this doesn't answer the question of life and its origin at all.
Evolutions are real.
Pushes it away to another place and another time where we can't study it. That's not an answer to evolution. It's not an answer to creation. We believe that all the evidence and all the information that we need is right here.
It was the Apostle Paul himself, speaking of the last days, who said, "For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers, having itching ears, and they shall turn away their ears from the truth, and shall be turned unto fables."
Dr. Don Patton is a practicing
They read these Bible verses as if they make any sense.
Human footprints.
And it just confuses me every time. The words,
a find that would almost
everything.
prove that man and dinosaurs were created at the same time.
The curator of the Dallas Museum of Natural History, Chuck Finsley, has stated emphatically that he has a view that would accommodate these shapes. He has come down and looked and has been confronted with the evidence.
This is for all the feet fetishists out there.
I'm not making fun or ridiculing. He's very serious about it, that he thinks these tracks were made by aliens. That's supposed to be the scientific explanation, and we've had maybe half a dozen people that have talked to him whom he's told that that's his explanation for them. Well, anything but humans and dinosaurs together.
Suddenly it becomes acceptable to have the curator of a major museum believing in aliens from outer space. The alternative of God and creation can't even be considered. That's how strong the deception is.
Can you imagine if there really was a human encounter? In an instant, it would have the power to change the world's entire belief system. I mean, if E.T. gets off his ship and tells the world that he planted us here, the world would eat it up in a second. It would be the most powerful attack on the gospel account ever. In fact, that's why I believe that this is why the Bible says that the deception will be so powerful that if it were possible, even the very elect would be deceived. Now, we're talking about Moses, Abraham, the Apostle Paul here. The Scripture says that if God allowed it, and if they were here today, even they would be deceived.
There is no doubt that Hollywood has fueled our imaginations. After all, that's what movies do.
I'm trying. I'm really trying to understand. Oh,
special effects.
That looks like fun.
It's an inviting
Let's go
world
do that.
of exciting events and beautiful people. A successful show is one that draws the viewer.
I want to become a stuntman on Terminator.
Our imaginations are stirred by such imagery.
I could go back in time.
Hollywood has given us a goal. Technology is paving the way, and our imaginations are pushing us on. But as powerful as the images from Hollywood are, they may soon become obsolete. After all, Why just look into a fictional world when you can beam right into it?
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh yeah. Oh yeah!
Possibly the best way to peek into the future is to take a look at what children are doing today. Their playgrounds are no longer outside.
The fuck are those
at a
kids up
friend's
to?
place, but rather here, inside this electronic
What kind of devil
world.
shit are they doing?
Video games and the precursors to virtual reality have become best friends with the newest generation. In fact, the US video game industry is bigger than the movies. So much bigger that movies like Batman, Jurassic Park, and others actually changed their scripts to accommodate the corresponding video game.
Time magazine
totally
writes, not Mickey Mouse, not CNN, not even McDonald's or MTV is achieving the reach of the vid game revolution, insinuating itself into the souls of the young.
That's the connections I make between
I love it.
the drug culture
Called
and
vid
the
games
video
now.
game culture. They sort of mimic each other in certain ways. I'm not saying that a video game player will someday be a heavy drug user. He may not need to be. His game is his drug.
What if we are? What if we do both?
Video games is
We can
even a concern
multitask.
for the Starship Enterprise. In an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, a video game almost makes the entire crew mindless slaves to it.
Wesley, at what level are you?
I'm only level 10.
I'm at level 47.
That's great.
Why is she?
You know what the secret is, don't you? Don't force it. If you just let the game happen, it almost plays itself.
What the fuck?
This scenario should seem far-fetched.
That's
but the
fucking
similarities
gross,
between the
lady.
behavior of the addicted Star Trek crew and today's video game junkies are too many to dismiss.
The few times that I've watched at a video game rooms where there are people there, they really take it quite seriously, and the world of the video game becomes real for them for that time that they're playing.
Just because you're not a fucking vid gamer like I am,
You'd be really,
Jeff.
really wanting
You're
to have a
jealous
good look inside
of
that
my
person's
vid
head
game
to see
skills.
why they've given up
You
the
don't even know
reality
how to
that's the
turn on a
real game for the
PlayStation.
one that's on the screen.
On the one level, I have to say these games are really amazing. I can see why kids enjoy playing them. In fact, I'd hate to think how many hours of work Peter and I have lost playing them. But as with many things, moderation is the key. A great concern is that we're not raising well-rounded children anymore. These aren't kids who put in 2 hours a week on the computer and 2 hours a week at football practice. They're hooked on these games.
Me too,
from the
kid.
minute they
I've been
get up
feeling like
till
that
the
all
minute they go to
stream.
bed.
According to Omni magazine, the new breed
That guy
of
has
video
really
games
long,
are
pointy
the best
arms.
evidence yet that the apocalypse is upon us.
What
They promote
character is
violence
that?
among kids. They play to our most prurient interests. They have less socially redeeming value than a 24-hour stretch of MTV.
But the concern isn't just for our declining moral standards. There was an interesting study done near the end of the Second World War that raises some very serious issues for our world here in the late 1990s. A group of U.S. Army historians conducted confidential interviews with battle veterans from the Second World War and discovered to their amazement that only 15 to 20% of those in combat actually ever fired their weapons.
That's
In
my
fact,
bio.
less than 5% of the soldiers were doing all of the killing. Well, to say the least, this stunned the military, so they did more research and found out that this had always been the case. They calculated the lethality of various kinds of weapons throughout history and concluded that the kill rates in previous wars should have been 20 to 50 times greater than they actually were. They found, for example,
What was the
that
point of the story that
90%
you
of the
started?
abandoned muskets
I thought we were
picked up
talking about
after the
vid
Battle of
games.
Gettysburg in 1863 were loaded but not fired, and almost half of those were double loaded. Well, the military clearly had a problem here, so they decided to replace the bullseyes that soldiers would train with pop-up human targets.
Is he
This
gonna
made the
say,
shooting of
and
people on the battlefields less of a
then
leap.
video
How well did
games
it work?
said,
During the
we want to
Vietnam
do
War,
that
95%
virtually,
of
so here's
soldiers
Call
were
of
now firing
Duty,
their
or
weapons.
first Call of
And that
Duty
may well be the
unveiling
reason
today.
that so many of these young men came home with post-traumatic stress diseases.
One recent report noting the connection between the pop-up targets and the much more lifelike video games of today concluded that the military have developed techniques to overcome this resistance to kill, but it's not only the military who are using them. All the industrialized societies are now unintentionally subjecting their young to the same techniques with the same results. We are teaching
training
the kids
children.
to kill.
In practically all of the
Hell
popular
yeah.
games, you have to kill others as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
You either react
So?
and shoot, or the game's over. You never have time to think. A report stated that the same tools that more
Can you
than
just
quadrupled
imagine
the
him
fire
playing
rate
like
in
a
Vietnam
FPS trying
are
to
now in
snipe,
widespread use
snipe, and
among
he's
our
just like,
civilian
man,
population.
you really have no
What
time to
worries some
think,
people
do
is
you?
that TV and video
And then he
games aren't the end
uninstalls
of
the game
line.
and just never
Virtual
plays ever
reality
again.
takes people beyond the video screen and into an entirely different world.
What
Poor
is
man.
virtual reality?
Someone has to teach him how to play video
It is
games.
the evolution of the computer user interface. Virtual reality, or VR,
Holy
is a
fuck,
new
the
channel of
helmet.
communication between the user and the computer. It has two defining
She had a
characteristics.
VR plane.
Interaction. The user can grab, move, alter, manipulate, and animate the virtual world, all in real time. Immersion. The user experiences being inside the virtual world. The world looks and sounds as if he or she were there.
That's my
Objects have the
bio.
right size and distance, perspective, and depth.
And basically,
Yeah, you can, like, fly
virtual
in VR
reality is a
too.
technology that
It's
allows you to
sick.
interact with computer-generated worlds. It sort of toys with your senses to allow you to think that a world that's not real really is. And it immerses you in the technology, meaning that the rest of the world is shut off and you are completely involved in this new computer-generated environment.
Why is he
Time
wearing so many
magazine writes,
stripes?
As computing power continues to get cheaper, the technology will enter everyday lives.
The technology?
Within a decade, people will be taking utterly realistic vacations to other countries or even other worlds. They'll learn to operate sophisticated machinery without ever touching it. And their kids will be playing video games that make Sonic the Hedgehog and Super Mario Brothers seem as exciting as silent movies.
The technologies in themselves are benign in many respects.
Super Mario.
I mean, the television is a great thing. Radio is a great thing. The telephone, to some degree. Computers, all great. It's their application and the focus and the direction that we put it in. So using virtual reality, holographic formats.
I want to go to a
all
VR
those
church.
Right, are amazing tributes to man's ingenuity. It's the application.
That's a
It's the
world I've never
social
been
impact
to.
It's how we use it or abuse it.
Insight Magazine writes, the obvious question is what to do with VR. The short answer is anything you want.
Of course, with such advanced technology, there are incredible benefits that can be gained from it. Education, medical, architecture, the list goes on. But unfortunately, as we've seen with
I love
TV
that
and video
clip
games,
of all the people
such
sitting down in
technology is
VR.
rarely used for wholesome purposes. And as you can imagine, as soon as you give someone the ability to do whatever they want without any fear of
Wholesome,
repercussions,
yeah.
you're opening a very dangerous door.
Movies and television
love going
can give
through
us
the
an
dangerous
excellent look
door.
at what is happening and what could happen with many of the new technologies that are around today. It's been asked before if TV mirrors life or if life mirrors TV. Recently, the TV program Married with Children.
Married
took
with
its own
Children
look at
is
virtual
such a
reality
fucking
and
funny
its
show.
possibilities.
Amber?
Surprised to see me in your fantasy, bud?
No. No, not at all. I mean, it is my fantasy. So now what do we do?
We have sex.
We do. I mean just like that. None of that pretending to respect you or any of that other junk women devote
I just
entire magazines
actually
to.
wanted to go on a VR date.
Do with
The
me what you
picnic.
will.
In the virtual world, your imagination is your only limitation.
Look, Kelly, I don't need Amber, okay? I have her. Dr. Kessler introduced me to cybersex, and I can create Amber anytime I want.
But she's not the real Amber.
Oh, she's better. She does what I want, whenever I want it.
Although fictional, these television programs
It's
and
Blade
movies
Runner.
do raise some
That was the
very real
plot of Blade
concerns
Runner.
about virtual reality.
I guess I just have to get used to the idea that
Cool boy
in this
comment.
world I may just be another geek with a lot
Sick
of flair,
budget.
but in that world, I'm a god. And being a god takes a lot of practice.
Likewise, the simple-minded Joe
Yay,
in
Lawnmower
Stephen
Man!
King's
I've been
loudly
wanting to
popular
watch this
Lawnmower
movie on
Man
stream
also discovered
for
his
so
true
fucking
potential in the
long,
virtual
but it's
world.
never available on Amazon.
We've got to give a lot of thought to the implications of virtual reality, because it is going to be upon us much more quickly than anyone can imagine.
Lawnmower Man is so
and if I
great.
can create my own world, and I can create the people within it, then am I not the God of that world? Let's take it a step further. Could this specifically be what the Bible was referring to when it said that in the last days men would believe that they had become like gods?
At least in theory, the ultimate virtual reality system.
I love his
has
hand
already been
motion like he's
created.
holding a
The
quarter.
holodeck in the Star
And he's
Trek Next
he's
Generation
lecturing me
TV
on
series is the
how
level
I
to
should
which
not
many aspire.
waste the
It
quarter
doesn't
and
require
I
a
should use it on
joystick
something
or a
good, and then I
headset,
take
and it's
it
real for
and I
all
go
the
put it
senses.
in a bubblegum
It's a
machine.
fiction
You get
that
one of
many
those
video game
giant bubble gums
manufacturers
that you
hope
like
to bring
choke
into
on because you're
reality.
trying to bite into it, but it's way harder than you
I know.
expected because it's been sitting in there for like a year and a half.
Your smell, your touch, the way you feel. Even the things you say and think seem so real.
Thank you.
Imagine the implications of an ordinary guy with access to a holodeck. He could create any world he wants. He could surround himself with beautiful models all day and do whatever he pleases. A comedian once said a world like that would make crack cocaine look like caffeine. I can't see many people wanting to live in a real world when they can be someplace like that. I believe that in any world where you can act out that innate desire, whatever it is within you, it strengthens that desire.
I want to
Now,
go
this has
to
been
a
very
VR
clearly
world
proven with
where
studies in violence and with sadistic
everything in my
sexual
home
behavior.
is made of
One
pie.
experience leads into the next,
And I
and
can eat
into
all
the
the
next,
pie I
and so
want.
on. But now
And
you
no
can
one
have
will
that
get mad at
experience
me
in
for the mess
cyberspace
I'm
before you
making.
carry it further. The danger, of
I'm a
course,
fucking
is
god
that
in this
it's very
VR
easy for
world.
that person, be it a serial killer or whoever, to get a case for hurtful acts without any consequences, and then carry it into the real world. Remember the study of the military earlier? How much easier is it to shoot someone when you've already killed 1,500 people in virtual reality? Deceptive images
I've
aren't
never
just
done it,
trapped
but it would
inside
assume
virtual reality
pretty
either.
hard.
This pig, for example, may look like it's sitting on top of the disc, but actually, it's a hologram. In fact, three-dimensional images that look every bit real are already being
Thank you for
used
the
as
magic
high-tech
trick,
mannequins in
son.
department stores. And this is just the beginning.
The holodeck in the use of the hologram, that's going to happen. That is, I mean, you are going to see.
Yeah, we have that, and we
in
use
the
it to watch
not too- and you
Hatsune
can see this
Miku in
now,
concert.
And you know, if it can be developed.
What are you trying to tell
Even
me?
if it's a Disney World sort of motif or a NASA presentation, you know that in short order, that technology is going to be.
Do I want that in my house?
The
No.
holodeck in Star Trek: The Next Generation was taken a step further in the subsequent Star Trek series, Voyager. In this program, not only are there holographic images on the holodeck, but holograms also serve as part of the crew itself.
This isn't about what you want. This is about what you are. Just because you're made of projected light and energy doesn't mean you're any less real than someone made of flesh and blood. It doesn't matter what you're made of. What matters is who you are.
No, I don't think
you're our friend, and we want you back.
Well, a student of Bible prophecy doesn't have to see too many depictions of holograms and virtual reality before a bell goes off in your head and you say, you know what? I've heard this somewhere before.
Revelation chapter 13, verses 14 and 15 tells us about an image made by the right-hand man of the Antichrist, the false prophet, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by means of those miracles which he had power to do in sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword, and did live.
What the fuck
And
does
he
that
had
mean?
power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak, and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed.
So you've got this image that everyone can see and that everyone on earth has to worship. And somehow this image knows if you're worshiping it or not. Man, that's pretty incredible. But it
Stop trying to give me a quarter, old man.
Is in cyberspace.
Look at his hand. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it
As to
again.
how this is all going to play out. The real question is this: how blurred will the lines between the virtual world and the real world become in the very near future? I'm reminded of an experience our
my
cousin had
bio.
when we were all just little kids. She was with some of her friends and they decided to have a seance. Well, Martin Luther King had just been shot and they all wanted him to come back. So they called him back. But being kids, they decided he should come back in a strange form. Well, they sat there in this darkened basement and a hush fell over the room. Then suddenly a spider dropped from the ceiling right over the middle of the table, suspended by his web. Well, they all screamed and went running upstairs, all upset that they'd turned poor Dr. King into a spider. And they really believed they had. They were convinced it was a supernatural event. Why? Because they were looking for it. They desperately wanted something to happen. And so when something did happen, they were convinced it was their doing. I sense the world is being set up for the same type of occurrence today. The anticipation is building to such a level that anything dramatic could suddenly be widely accepted as some kind of a sign, some kind of a rallying point.
At the same time,
Is he trying to make his point or disprove his
it
point?
has its own power. It seems to be casting its own spell of expectancy upon the world. In such a state of anticipation, every event and every action will be heightened and amplified.
We do stand at the edge of time. One thing that I've become totally convinced of is that this world is about to undergo a major transformation unlike anything it has ever known or could ever prepare for. One option, of course, is that the Lord could catch up his church and allow the tribulation period to begin. But if he tarries, a huge transformation is coming regardless. We stand at the door to scientific breakthroughs and discoveries that will change the very fabric of this world. Fundamental to this is a decision we must all make. As Joshua said way back in the days of stone, choose you this day whom you will serve.
Ours is a generation unlike any other. It cannot be marked by one event or one trend or one idea. Perhaps it is best marked by our hunger for change itself. Computers and virtual reality are just parts of this changing generation. Neither good nor evil in and of themselves, they're merely monuments to man's ingenuity and increased knowledge. At the same time, driven by powerful images, our generation is determined to boldly go where no one has gone before.
Isn't that the lizard person she described in her dreams?
The only roadmap seems to come from Star Trek itself. At the core of it all, the feeling that we haven't seen anything yet is always present and growing stronger. And you know what? It's true. The world is on the verge of a transformation so complete that the human mind cannot comprehend it.
You know, it's weird because they're not like wrong. Things will advance, but then they're like, it's because of Satan. And then you lose everybody when you say things like that. Fucking Peter, Paul, and Patty. Of course, it was Canada.
Officers know from training and experience to approach the house with caution, ready for anything. Admitting the officers, the distraught housewife explains why she called. Her husband has become moody, depressed, sullen, for no apparent reason. He hit
Well,
her.
if you aren't such a
He is
bitch,
worried.
Martha.
Afraid. No, he's not drunk, although he has been drinking a single can of beer.
Is this video about 2020?
What is wrong with this man? Is he angry? Under the influence of narcotics? Drunk? Or mentally ill?
That is what I look like every morning.
Get ready to match the stars. McLean Stevenson, Loretta Swit, Stu Gillum, Brett Summers,
Yay!
Richard Dawson, and Ann Elder as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 73. And here's the host of Match Game 73, Gene Rayburn.
Open it up. Hello there. Thank you, Johnny Olson. Hello there, bud.
Gene, tell him to stop making fun of me. He's wearing my glasses and he knows I'm blind.
Would you take those glasses off so she can see me?
Who said that?
Come on now, take those glasses off and put them on now.
You won't like what you'll see.
I think you're ready. Are you ready?
I am ready, Uncle Gene, so let's play the game.
Well, you've met our 6 kooks. Now let's say hello to our current champ, Margie Dale here. Hello, Margie.
Welcome back, Margie.
As time expired last time, she had just finished winning the audience match part of the super match, and you won the $500 part of it, and that means you'll be playing for 10 times that amount, or $5,000, and you get ready for that while we do a little business here, and then we'll get right to that. Okay, here we are. Are you ready?
Yes.
I'm ready. All right. Now, you know that you won the $500 part of the audience match, and that means you'll be playing for 10 times that amount, or $5,000. To collect that amount of money, you must match one celebrity on the head-to-head basis, and the choice of that celebrity is entirely up to you, Margie.
Ann Elder.
Ann Elder, you're going to be the one. You get ready to write. And you face me, Margie. And here is the $5,000 question. Write your answer to this, if you would, please. Blank Hood. H-O-O-D. Shh. No help, please, from the audience. You may be leading both of these ladies astray. Anne has finished writing her answer, Margie, so I ask for your response now. How do you fill in that blank? Blank Hood.
Robin Hood.
Robin Hood for $5,000. Anne, may we see your answer?
Robin!
Robin Hood! Well, very exciting, isn't it?
Very important. Congratulations, and always remember, Robin Hood was the man that made Marion. Do you remember? Doodah, doodah.
Well, we congratulate
Oh,
you.
my happiness.
And I'm certainly glad you wore your undies and all that today, because that's, we'd have had to do a little editing there.
Oh, isn't a good time to say April Fool?
You now have $5,600, and I know it's very exciting, but we've got to carry on here, and you've got to meet another player and play another game. You want to do that? All right, let's welcome Lonnie Stewart. Hello there, Lonnie. How are you, dear Lonnie?
Just fine.
We welcome you. Nice to have you with us. Would you like to tell us who you are, where you're from, and a little bit about yourself?
Okay, I'm married. I have 2 lovely children.
I'll bet you do.
Ages 9 and 2. And I have a wonderful husband. He's a disc jockey and radio announcer.
Oh, where? Here, somewhere in this area?
Yes, and I'm his #1 fan.
I'll bet you are. Okay. Now, you know that you and Margie will be answering questions here, trying to match our 6 celebrities. And the one who's done that most often at the end of the second round will be the winner. Will win $100 for winning the game, and then has a chance to go on to the super match, where you get to a chance at winning $5,000 and kissing McLean Stevenson and doing all those crazy things there.
And Gene might even take his jacket off again.
Right.
Thanks for the help, Gene.
Okay. Here we go. Now, Lonnie, you will make a selection if you would, please.
Okay, I'll take A.
A is what she wants. Everyone plays. Brand new game. Here we go. One spy said to the other,
Guys.
"Be careful about what you say to Marilyn. Her blank is really a microphone."
I'm just gonna say, if you were on this stream last time,
said it, I didn't.
we may have seen this episode, so I apologize. Everyone pretend like you don't know the answers, okay?
Having a little trouble with that, Stu.
I'm having a little trouble.
Spell. It's the dumbest person I have ever met.
Spelling has nothing to do with this game. Just give us any kind of phonetic spelling. We'll figure it out.
I certainly hope.
Okay. Now, Lonnie, we want your response to this. One spy said to the other, "Be careful about what you say to Marilyn. Her blank is really a microphone."
Her earring.
Her earring.
Yes.
Her earring is what she says, is really a microphone. McLean, what do you think of that?
I don't know what to think of that, but I think you're one of the best kissers in show business. I said that her microphone is disguised as her nose.
Her nose is really a microphone.
Okay.
Loretta?
I'm sure that makes great sense
Yes.
somewhere. We're all taking up a collection to buy you a new brain. Her bra!
Her bra is a microphone. Oh, yes.
I didn't know people wore them anymore.
Yes. Stu, what did you say?
I
was trying to be all-inclusive, and I was trying to spell corsage.
Corsage is a microphone,
Does
okay?
anybody know how to spell it?
You did it. You
K-O-R.
No, actually. Brett, what do you say? It's her turn.
Oh, it's my turn. What I said.
Earring is her answer.
Yeah, what?
Earring is the answer she's looking for.
I didn't say earring.
What did you say?
I said mouth.
Her mouth
What?
is really a microphone.
That makes perfect sense.
She's playing What's My Line.
I'll bet she is. What are you playing? Earring is the answer we're looking for.
Oh, I was playing an album. No, I actually, the microphone is in her bra. It's stereo, of course, but I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay. Last chance, Lonnie, to get a match here with Ann Elder. What do you say, Ann?
Well, we'll try here. Earring.
Earring! Score once. We'll get to you, Margie, right after we get to this message, so don't go away. Now, let's carry on, shall we? We finished the first half of round 1. Lonnie scored 1 match with 1 celebrity, and now we'll get to your end of it, Margie, and this is it. The St. Bernard dog said, I've got a big problem. I'm helplessly in love with the blank.
A blank?
With a blank. The St. Bernard dog said that. He says, I've got a big problem. I'm helplessly in love with a blank.
I'm sorry, I can't say anything. I don't remember the answer.
Oh!
All right. Well, that didn't take you very long at all, did it? No. Now we'll call on Margie for her answer. What did this St. Bernard dog say? I've got a big problem. I'm helplessly in love with a...
Cat.
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 That's her answer. She says cat. McLean, what do you say?
Oh, I guess, well, what I said was she's in love with a dachshund.
A dachshund, yes.
Could be a problem.
Yeah, it could be a problem, indeed.
It's a really cute
All right,
drawing,
Colonel.
though.
An even bigger problem would be a canary.
A canary, yes.
Everyone is always looking for a good bird.
Cat is her answer. Stu, what do you say? Are you going to create problems for the St. Bernard?
Well, I have met several St. Bernards on skiing occasions, and I think that a St. Bernard's only problem would be falling in love with a drunk.
With a drunk?
I mean, what do you feel like walking around with an empty keg around your neck?
That's right. That would be very bad. Okay, Brett, we come to you. What do you say? Cat is her answer.
I think I'm improving. I hope so, after my past performances this week. I said putty tat.
Pussycat. Well, that's a match there, so you score one. At this moment, the score is tied. We go to Richard Dawson.
Hopelessly in love, the St. Bernard was, with a rug. It, of course, belonged to Frankie Lane, but you can see how it went. 2 choruses of Wild Goose and move on.
Unfortunately, it wasn't a wild goose. It was a wild poodle.
A poodle. So that's not a cat. So at the end of round 1, the score is tied 1-1. We go to round 2 and ask Lonnie to make her selection.
I'll stick with A.
A it is. Last time out, you matched Ann, so Ann, you'll lay out this time, and everyone else will play. You could tell he was a Martian by his blank. You could tell he was a Martian by his blank.
I think I just developed Stu Gillum's problem. Oh. No.
Only 2 X's there, I'm sure you forget.
No clues, if you please. All right, Loretta's just finishing up, so here
I
we
can't
go.
tell you the answers.
Everybody
I'm
all set?
sorry.
Lonnie, what is your response to this? You could tell he was a Martian by his...
Color.
By his color. By his color.
You just had to say that, didn't you?
Now, does that mean that Stu's a Martian? I never...
Sit down. It's his turn.
Yeah. Now, you want to wake the judge up on this one because it could be a problem.
Color is her answer.
I know what her answer is. If I pull this thing out, we may have a problem.
Oh, really?
I said green face.
Well, that refers to color. You're gonna
Yeah.
make that. Okay. All right. Loretta, what do you say?
Yes, I was way off the beam. I said antenna.
Antenna. No, I think I would have said that too. That's a good answer.
I matched at least 15 people out
Yes,
there.
very good. All right, Stu, how about you?
Being a person of color and having met many people of color, I have never been able to tell a Martian by his color. But I have been able to tell him by the antenna.
Antenna. That's it. Okay. How about you, Brett?
I just want to know one thing. How did all of us spell antenna, and who is right?
Well, I don't know about that. Spelling doesn't count
I think
here.
there's only 2 X's. I really mean it.
What do you say, Richard?
I say by his appearance.
By his appearance. Well, we can't match that. So
I
you
just-
matched Ann previously, so you picked up 1 match, Lonnie. The score is 2-1 in favor of our challenger. And now as we go to Margie, I point out to you, you must match 1 celebrity to stay in the running. 2, however, will win the game. Here is your assignment. Last time out, you matched Brett, so Brett, you'll not participate. Ben said to Charlie, "Boy, did we have fun last night. 8 of us got into 1 blank." Ben said that to Charlie.
I understand.
Uh-huh.
I wish I could answer that. I know I have to lay out.
You really lay out, I'll give you flowers.
All right, everybody set there. Anne, why are you... do not dilly-dally.
You don't have
Because she was dilly-dallying that she's taking a long time?
I was dillying. I didn't have time for the dally.
All right. Everybody's ready. So, Margie, think about it. What answer would you like to come up with that you think might match our celebrities?
Such as they are.
Will you repeat the question again?
Yes, indeed I will. Ben said to Charlie, "Boy, did we have fun last night." Listen. I know it's a cheap set,
I don't know what that
but you
is.
don't have to pull it apart that way and call it to everybody's attention.
Before I knew it,
Gonna unravel the whole thing, and you know it's
kind of
you're gonna.
child's toy. You pull it, and the whole stage talks.
He's upset. He didn't want to be on the show. He wanted to do Ding Dong School.
I think he's doing it. All right. Margie, the question is as follows. Ben said to Charlie, "Boy, did we have fun last night. 8 of us got into one blank."
Phone booth.
Phone booth. All right. That was a game at
Sounds
one
like
time,
fun.
and it seems to be reviving these days. McLean, may we see your answer?
Yes, you may, Gene. My answer is a car.
8 people in one car. Terrific. All right, Loretta.
Oh, no.
May we see your answer?
None of you are any fun. I said bed.
You've tried it. Is that it, audience? Okay, no match yet. Phone booth is what she's looking for. She needs one match to stay in the game. Stu, are you going to do it for her?
I beg your pardon?
I say phone booth is her answer. What is yours?
Oh, I thought you had asked me if I was going to do it for her. However, since it is my answer that you would like,
yes,
it was strictly from your reading, but I said that Ed and Charlie got in bed.
A bed. Okay, so we go to Richard Dawson.
I laid out, honey.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, they actually, 8 of them were in a car, and then they drove it into a phone booth.
Okay. Margie,
Their mother worry.
you must match Anne now to achieve a tie and stay in the game. If this is not a match, Lonnie will be the winner. Okay, Anne, may we see it?
Telephone booth.
Telephone booth is the match. So we got a tie here. All right. We'll come back and tell you what happens next, but first we've got to do this. Then come right back. Now, we have a tie here, and what we do when we get a tie is we wipe the slate clean, and we go to a tiebreaker in which we have one question. And the one who has matched most celebrities with the one question will be the winner. Okay? Lonnie, would you please make a selection?
I'll stay with A.
A it is. Here is a tiebreaker question. Everyone plays. One lady cow said to another, "Hey, have you seen the handsome new blank?"
What kind of a cow, sweetheart? I didn't hear that.
One
Penis.
lady cow said to another, "Hey, have you seen the handsome new blank?"
That's redundant, darling. A cow is a lady.
Now, 2 lady cows are talking to each other.
I
you see.
understand.
Everyone on the top row is ready, sir.
Oh, that's it. Everyone on the top row is ready.
We're already down here.
Okay, we're waiting for Anne. There, she's ready. Okay, Lonnie. One lady cow said to another, "Hey, have you seen the handsome new
Bull.
bull?" She said that very boldly. What do you say, sir?
Bull.
Bull. Okay, one match for you. Bull is her answer, Loretta?
Stud bull.
Stud bull. That's the same thing. I guess all... Well, we won't go into the...
You're just being flattering.
Are we going to talk about bull semen tonight?
Stu, her answer is bull. No?
Anne said to Nan, "Have you seen Ferdinand?"
Ferdinand the bull. That's right. Okay, there's another match for you and Brett.
Listen, I really am far out of it. I didn't even think bull. That's how old I am. Stop that.
It's all right.
I didn't say bull.
What is going on back here? What was that? A light bulb, oh.
I was just sitting here watching the play.
Gene, for those of you who didn't hear it, a light bulb popped backstage with a very loud noise. It sounded like a pistol shot, and McLean fell off the thing. And I don't know why I'm explaining it.
It was not that at all.
Yes, it was. Now hold it.
They just dropped my auction. Where were we? With Huckleberry?
Brett was about to give. Did you give an answer? You did.
This episode is chaotic.
May we see your answer? One lady cow said to another, "Hey, have you seen the handsome new?" Her answer is bull. What's yours?
I was going to say milkmaid, but I realized that that wouldn't be right if they were lady cows, so I said milkman. That's the man who does the milking.
All right. Okay.
Personally, I think you're full of...
All right. There's another answer for you. Another match for you, Lonnie. And we go to Ann.
Brett and I have the same man.
Milkman.
Same route.
So you got 4 out of possible 6. And we've got to pause for a moment or two, and then we'll come back and find out what's going to happen after this. Ladies, we hate to leave you hanging here, but time is just about up. So we're going to have to stop right in the middle of this tiebreaker. You have 4 matches, and when we get together next time, we'll have an assignment for you.
Match game is really good at edging.
Okay? And we thank all of you.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You blacked out one of your
Blacked
teeth with your pencil?
Well, it happened on the fall, you see.
He is really out of it. I just want to take a second to congratulate the upper tier. You for rollout. We're all looking forward to that.
And when it's a hit, maybe I'll get a chance to sit in the front of the bus.
Don't come down here. We're all at Goodwill Industries.
You know, one thing I guess most people don't know about Ann is that she's a writer. Do most people know about that?
Maybe about 4 people now.
All right, now a lot of people know.
Thank you.
Gene Rayburn here saying so long until next time for Match Game 73.
Consolation prizes are the Weekender by American Tourister, designed to go everywhere by land, sea, or air. Fiberglass reinforced construction, strong, lightweight luggage by American Tourister. And
That's some classy-ass luggage.
Tenderizer helps make meat tender, juicy, and delicious. Any cut of meat can taste even better. Adolph's, the original meat tenderizer. This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 73, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Just look at this old bakeware. You can almost
I'm
see
looking.
everything that has stuck to it over the years. But now there's a way to make all this
That's
bakeware
flavor.
non-stick.
No,
with
no,
these
it's
Teflon
flavor.
bakeware liners. It's as if you could peel the Teflon from your non-stick cookware and put it on your bakeware. They're from the same company that invented Teflon, DuPont. Teflon bakeware liners give you a non-stick surface
Don't say
anywhere you
DuPont
want it.
like anyone
no
knows
more
what that
fumbling
is.
with tin foil, no more messy cooking sprays. I just lay a Teflon liner on my cookie sheet and my cookies brown evenly. No sticking, no mess. And if I'm making a cake, there's a round size to fit my layer cake pan. My cakes come out easily without grease or flour. There's no crumbling, no hassle. And what about the toaster oven? Instead of sticky tin foil, you can use Teflon bakeware liners. Each set contains
Just put it in a
5
tray.
reusable
Why are you
pre-cut
using-
liners. By just folding the corners, my entire baking pan becomes non-stick. Now I can bake a full pan of lasagna, even prepare a glazed
I made a
salad,
lasagna
and
once
my
and then I
pan
dropped
stays
it,
clean.
and it was
Teflon
really,
bakeware
really
liners
sad.
are really durable, and they're washable, so you can use them over and over again. Yet you can cut them to fit any special size you may need. And look, you
I haven't
can
made
also use
lasagna
them in the
since.
microwave. Even if we melt caramel and cheese, it comes off easily. Now all your rusty, scratched bakeware can be non-stick. You get all 5 liners for only $14.95. They're reusable hundreds of times, and they're guaranteed by DuPont to make baking easier than ever, or your money back. So order your Teflon bakeware liners now.
on this edition of Sightings.
I feel metal.
With hope running out, police know that
I feel fucking metal too.
represents Joe Lewis's best hope of ever finding his missing brother.
We're willing to try anything.
Even the mayor of this Brazilian city saw the smoking UFO hovering low in the sky on the outskirts of town.
It was almost at the top of that eucalyptus tree.
A number of other witnesses saw a whole lot more.
I'm convinced that bodies were recovered down there.
During a ghost investigation inside a New Jersey home, a malevolent spirit responds on tape.
Yes!
Independence
EVPs.
Day made movie history, but has it affected attitudes about life in space?
It is the talk of the UFO research community.
And a look at just what the coming millennium might mean.
I love when millennials come.
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White. In 1995, Sightings answered a plea for help from a family in Piscataway, New Jersey, who felt that they were being
Help Me
haunted
Sightings
by
TV
negative
show on the
energy
Sci-Fi
inside their
Network.
home. A Sightings team conducted a thorough investigation, but since the 2 visits to the house, the haunting activity has only gotten worse. The family is still desperate for help. They want the evil spirits out. Before the fires, the fear, and the threatening voices, Tony Adams' home was her sanctuary, and she wants things back the way they were.
I just want answers to why these spirits are here and to help them move out of here.
Tony's not worried for herself, but for granddaughter Alyssa. Tony believes the 3-year-old is a medium for supernatural forces that speak to the child through the TV.
No, she's a
and
child.
now there's a new baby in the house.
It's been going on for too long.
Oh God, there's a ghost pushing the thing!
intensity that it is at this point could harm the babies.
The entire family is unnerved by the strange messages that Alyssa says are coming from the monsters in the TV. They could have shrugged it off as childhood fantasy, Tony says, were it not for the spontaneous fires, episodes of psychokinesis the entire
Oh my
family
God,
claims to have
not
seen,
the floating
and a
coffee
chilly
pot.
blue
Ah.
fog in the middle of summer.
It's unnerving at times, you know, when you feel them right over you.
It seems nothing has changed since Sightings' first visit at the Adams home in 1995.
I would say, Alyssa, who are you talking to? She'd say, Bobby. And I'd say, where is Bobby? And then she would point to him.
She would say, Susie. Susie's coming, you know? And Bobby's bad.
She seems to be a conduit.
During Sightings' original investigation, paranormal researcher Al Rober attempted to record the voices of Bobby and Susie on audio tape. It was a long shot.
Yeah, let me
but
hear
Rober
it.
did record 2 distinctly different human-like sounds.
The first voice was a female voice, and she comes on the tape saying he's coming upstairs. And a little farther in the tape, there was a very sinister sounding male voice saying the baby is staying, as if he was demanding the baby is staying. Are you upset that Amanda's leaving?
For a psychic's perspective, Sightings called upon Jane Doherty, who sensed an evil spirit behind the haunting activity.
I think of all the cases I've worked on, this was the most frightening in many aspects because you have the poltergeist aspect and you have some real danger going on because of the child.
Doherty theorized that the home had been a barn and that a man had once been badly burned there. And that man, said Doherty, was still inside, in spirit, haunting little Alyssa.
The big bears with dark-faced.
Mm-hmm.
And they jump on me.
She's calling him the bear monster now. Now, I finally put that together, why she's saying that. Supposedly, if this person was burned, I guess
it's
their
not
skin
just
wouldn't
children,
look like a monster.
children.
And what does the bad bear do?
He scares me.
During the original investigation, both Rober and Doherty suggested that Alyssa and her mother, Yolanda, should move out.
The only thing that worries me is that
leave your home. Fuck it.
my
Who
daughter
cares?
tries to move and take the baby, that he's going to become violent.
That interview in 1995 was prophetic. Yolanda and Alyssa did move out, but the haunting continued, and now Tony's new granddaughter, Amber,
Interesting.
seems to be the target.
She was lying on the couch, and I turned for a minute to continue to fold the laundry, and as I turned around, she was wrapped in the couch cover, and she was struggling to get out of it. She couldn't have done it herself, so someone did do that.
And when
Ma'am, I
Alyssa
think you
comes
need
to
to put
visit,
cameras,
Tony
'cause
feels the
you may be
negative
forgetting
energy
things
of the
that you're
house
doing.
increases dramatically.
When we were in the kitchen together, a knife that I was cutting with went from the counter to the floor, and nail polish remover was open and lying on the floor, all things that could potentially hurt her or put in her path.
The stress of waiting and wondering when the next attack will come has taken its toll, especially after an incident just a few weeks ago.
I came home one night and I came in with the baby and I got about halfway through the house and I noticed that it smelled really heavily of gas.
The situation could have been deadly if the kitchen window hadn't been open, a window Tony distinctly remembered closing before she left the house. Who opened that window?
Thank you,
Tony
Jesus.
believes there may be spirits who have come to protect the family.
One spirit I believe to be my aunt. I believe she's the protector over the family and keeps the other ones in line as much as possible.
And with nothing more than a reel-to-reel tape deck, microphone, and blank tape, Al Rober recorded new anomalous sounds.
A voice jumps on the tape, female voice, and she's saying, "I hope we can talk." Farther into the tape, Tony is talking about her aunt who had passed on. And she finishes the statement, and a voice comes on and says, "Take care." Do you recognize any of those voices?
Yes.
How come all the ghosts
Yeah,
gotta
which
whisper all the time?
Which ones?
The one at the end is my aunt. It was my aunt's voice.
It's a
not
microphone.
hearing
Get
person's
real
voice that you're
close.
so
We can hear you
close to,
better.
And then hearing it all of a sudden is an emotional thing.
Now it's personal, Tony says. She can no longer wait and wonder if the spirits will move on. She has to make it happen.
My greatest hope at this point is to be able to allow my aunt to move on and for the other spirits to be at rest and go where they're supposed to, because they don't belong here.
Tony Adams believed that the haunting activity might go away if she could communicate with the spirits she believed were haunting her family. She wanted a psychic to help, and specifically asked for Peter James. Sightings helped bring the two together, and we'll have Peter's findings next in part 2 of this report.
Psychic Peter James attempts to succeed.
I
where
fucking
other
love this
psychics
dude
have
and his
failed.
mustache.
Don't belong here. Move on now.
More than 5 times now, paranormal investigators have recorded inexplicable noises and strange voices inside the New Jersey home of Tony Adams and her family. Tony has asked sightings to help her contact the negative spirits that she believes are haunting her home. Tony is hoping Peter James can make it stop. Despite 2 previous sightings investigations, unexplained haunting activity continues to plague Tony Adams, her daughters, and granddaughters.
I was lying in bed the other night, and I saw a white mist on one side of the bed and one on the other side of the bed. And I just lay there for about an hour and watched them, thinking maybe they were trying to tell me something.
The mist seemed to be emanating from Tony's bedroom closet, an area that psychic Diana Abbott had earlier identified as a paranormal hotspot.
Whoa.
Is it like you just stepped into the refrigerator?
Yes, but it's more than that.
Investigators who have visited the home believe there are 2 supernatural
It's
forces at work
tacky
here.
garbage
One,
in
the
your
destructive
wardrobe.
spirit
It
of
definitely
man
looks like
who had
someone
been burned on
died
the
here
property.
from the
The other,
50s.
the benevolent spirit of Tony's aunt, who is fighting to protect the family.
She came here originally to give me a message and found there were spirits here that didn't belong, and so she stayed to protect us.
Sightings brought in renowned psychic Peter James, who instantly sensed a connection between the male spirit and the circumstances that had angered him.
Was there ever a fire here? Because I look at the house and I see smoke and I see flames.
Even though he knew nothing of Alyssa's encounters with the entity she called Bobby, Peter sensed that connection too.
Do you know anyone whose name began with an R, first to last name lived here prior to you? Was there a male R? My plan of attack is that I plan to communicate with this male entity that I feel is here.
Peter James interviewed Tony.
How long have you been aware of this activity?
I'd say probably for a little over 3 years.
3 years.
He developed a strategy for communicating with the spirits.
We'll get it resolved, one way or the other. Trust that.
He wanted to connect with the dangerous spirit first.
I will be guided by my own
Finally, I can buy a whole
but
potato.
when I make contact with this entity, I will become a little confrontational. Hello? Hello?
He bullies ghosts into leaving. That's not
there?
nice.
Identify yourself. Your name is Rob. He's definitely in the bedroom.
Robbing these people does money.
Easy, something just touched.
He's a scam artist.
There is no doubt in my mind that there is definite anomalous activity here, and quite a bit of it. There's a Robert here, and I do believe that Robert died tragically, violently.
It was in the bedroom that Peter felt the negative energy most strongly and claimed that it was Robert, the spirit Alyssa called Bobby, who was fixated on the children.
Can you speak to me, Robert? Talk to me. Tell me why you're here.
I'm sure that was a coincidence.
You've got to stop terrorizing this family, or you must move on now.
Then Peter felt another spirit.
Like, who the fuck is Peter to just be telling people what to do?
And I'm also feeling behind
Like, man, I respect the dark stash and the light hair, but like, who are you?
Aunt reaching out from another world.
Tony showed me a photograph, and there was a striking resemblance. I would venture to say that the other female is her aunt.
Once he had identified the source of the haunting, Peter looked for a way out for the spirits. He felt the doorway between their world and this was in Tony's closet.
You don't belong here. Move on now.
He has to understand that this is my house now. This is not his house any longer. He has to understand there's a better place he's going to go to than where he is right now.
What if there isn't?
After
What if
his
he goes
tirade,
to
Peter
heck?
said he felt the negative spirit withdrawing.
I feel a wave of sadness suddenly coming from him. His vibrations, his energy is almost childlike now.
Peter also felt the other protective spirit was moving back into her world as well.
I now feel like that female I spoke of earlier is behind me. There's no doubt in my mind that the activity will begin to diminish right away.
Now it's a question of time. As Peter James successfully exorcised the dangerous forces inside the home once and for all, has he released the spirit of Tony's aunt so that she may rest in peace? Everyone is hopeful.
Having done what I did will get rid of the activity. So in that sense, I think my work is done here.
I think the baby will be less frightened now. As far as this house goes, I think that this investigation hopefully is over and everything will be resolved.
Since Peter James' psychic investigation, the entire Addams family reports feeling a sense of relief and peacefulness. While Tony is cautiously optimistic, she says she's also learned never to underestimate the power of paranormal forces. We'll keep you updated in future reports.
They never updated us.
Proof of life on the moon. Ufologists react to Independence Day and the paranormal internet.
Here are some of the stories sightings is
The
following
haunted
in
internet?
news.
Is that what they
Richard
said?
C. Hoagland, world famous for his interpretation of seemingly
If you love
man-made
something, let it
structures
go.
on the surface
If
of
it
Mars, has
resubscribes,
expanded
then
his research to
that's
include
great.
another celestial body, the moon. At a recent news conference in Washington, D.C., planetary
These
researcher
graphics are
Richard
incredible.
C. Hoagland presented what he considers to be proof of ancient artificial monuments on the moon. As evidence, Hoagland offered allegedly purloined NASA photographs that he believes reveal engineered structures on the lunar surface. Hoagland is best known for his groundbreaking theories about artificial pyramids and a human effigy found on Mars in 1976. Now, Hoagland
Oh,
says
God,
similar
no.
structures have been found on the moon, and NASA knows it. He charges the space agency with a cover-up of galactic proportions. Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell is one of only 12 men who have actually walked on the moon. Does he believe there is any validity to Hoagland's claim?
Did he believe that
If
the moon was
structures
real? Let's
on
find
the
out.
moon, or as he suggested, we should have been able to see some evidence for it. It should not be so difficult to dig all of that out. There was certainly no evidence for it at our site that we could observe, and no evidence on any of the other flights that we could observe. There certainly was not a cover-up, as has been suggested by Hoagland and others. We were eager to find anything we could find that gave us some insight as to what was up there.
Mitchell may not agree with Hoagland's theory, but he does believe in the existence of extraterrestrial life. That story on the next Sightings.
Oh my god. http://www.
Always wanted to know about the paranormal, and you don't have to be afraid to ask. The World Wide
Is
Web now has tens of thousands of
aliencomgreen.com.
sites dedicated to everything from directions to the black mailbox at Area 51 to newly declassified government documents to the best way to treat a vampire bite.
There is no way to
On
treat
a
one.
website called The Science of Feng Shui with Lillian Tu, Sightings found a good overview and detailed instructions for those interested in this ancient form of Chinese geomancy. Lillian Tu is a Harvard-educated writer whose books on feng shui are bestsellers in Asia.
Fuck,
And
I
now,
wish my
through the
website
internet,
looked as good as this.
Tu's feng shui system is available worldwide. Here, Tu demonstrates how to design your home to maximize the flow of good energy called qi. And there are suggestions on where to place furniture for good luck, prosperity, and happiness. You can access the Science of Feng Shui with Lillian Tu at www.asiaconnect.com.my.
Did you just say to me, triple dub?
From Hollywood, it was the biggest movie of 1996. And now, the invasion is about to hit home with the video release of ID4 on November 22nd.
Fucking busted out a triple dub on me.
Research has received dozens and dozens of phone calls as a result of Independence Day.
Richard Hall, chairman of the Fund for UFO Research, says that the success of Independence Day has been both a blessing and a burden to the serious study of UFOs.
I personally think it's very ironic that a fairly far-out science fiction or science fantasy movie gets attention to UFOs when serious evidence doesn't. But it is the talk of the UFO research community.
Ufologist John Carpenter specializes in the alien abduction phenomenon and is concerned that many moviegoers will mistake science fiction for science fact.
It presents a negative, hostile alien presence, and all of our research has not shown an alien hostility that plans to take over the Earth.
But renowned UFO researcher Stanton Friedman, one of the original investigators of the Roswell incident, believes that the success of ID4 can only invigorate the UFO community.
I think that a lot of people will recognize that the enormous impact it's had, just that many people went to see the movie and were paying good hard money to do it. I think that may encourage other people to dig into the real UFO stories, to dig into Area 51, to dig into what happened at Roswell. And serious investigation of any of these things is to the good, not to the bad.
I'd like to tell people who see this movie to now get the real facts about UFOs and don't confuse the two. There are real UFOs, there are real possibility of real aliens visiting us, and that's what we need to study.
That's what I call a close encounter.
We'll have more stories from the news next time. Now, here's what's coming up on Sightings.
Can this psychic lead police to a man who's been missing for 2 years?
I'm driving for a short distance, and then something happens, and I see him in the air.
And was there a UFO cover-up in Brazil?
For 2 years, the chief of police in tiny Williston, Florida, compared every unidentified body found in America with dental charts belonging to Norman Lewis, one of Williston's favorite senior citizens. Mr. Lewis had disappeared without a trace in 1994, and his was the chief's most baffling missing persons case. None of the bodies ever turned out to be that of Norman Lewis. Other leads didn't pan out either. And the chief began to realize that traditional police work just wasn't getting the job done. Williston, Florida is the kind of town where everybody knows about everybody else. And everybody knew that 76-year-old Norman Lewis was retired, an avid outdoorsman, and a little bit unpredictable. It wasn't unusual for him to just grab his fishing pole, jump into his pickup truck, and take off. But it was very unusual for Norman not to come back.
In the beginning, it looked like any other routine missing persons case, especially when you're dealing with a senior citizen or an adult.
Joe and Virginia Lewis were worried this time. Joe's brother Norman had left behind all his cash, his ID, and his medication.
We couldn't find anything missing. Everything seemed to be there. His billfold, all of his identification and medication, and he had asbestosis and glaucoma.
Of course, as the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, it became pretty apparent that this wasn't your average missing persons case.
The Williston Police Department pulled out all the stops. They tagged his bank accounts, prescriptions, and sent out a countrywide bulletin with a picture of Norman and his truck. For Chief Slaughter, Norman was beginning to feel like family.
I see the family every week. I see his brother Joe and his sister-in-law Virginia, and we'd be passing on the street or in the same restaurant. And although they knew that I'd tell them the minute we had any news, every time I faced them, I could see that searching look in their eyes, like, is there some information for us? Is there some news, And it's really tough when you're that close to people and you're a small-town police chief and they're looking to you for the answers and you don't have them.
Why did Norman disappear? He didn't have any enemies. He wasn't carrying anything valuable. He was alert, and he knew the woods like the back of his hand. 8 months after Norman's disappearance, the case was handed over to investigator Brian Hewitt, who had just returned from a special police training seminar. Mr. Lewis became his highest priority. Hewitt started over from the beginning, re-interviewing everyone who had had any contact with Norman. Early on, the investigator began to feel that Norman's truck might be the key to unlocking the case. Find the truck, find Norman Lewis.
People would call in thinking that they possibly had seen him or the truck, and then I'd track that down and another dead end.
Well, it was difficult, very difficult. I mean, you continually thinking about it, and you're thinking, what did we overlook? If we had overlooked anything, is there anything else we can do? And of course, that was very frustrating.
The first anniversary of Norman's disappearance came and went without a single break in a baffling case. Now, Hewitt decided in desperation it was time to try something unorthodox, to try a psychic detective he had met at the police seminar more than a year before.
Yes, finally.
I talked over with the chief, and he apparently had some successful dealings with psychics in the past.
I've always been a bit of a skeptic, and I'm sitting here in rural Williston, Levy County. I know that, there's going to be some question about stepping out of the mainstream investigation and dealing with the psychic. It's a very religious community. I have more churches in town than I have fast food restaurants.
This was something new that we could try.
Fast food restaurants.
To try anything.
And so, on July 17th, 1995, investigator Hewitt drove the 2 hours from Williston to Orlando to consult with police psychic Noreen Rainier.
I only work with the police. I don't need to see you. I don't need to see the scene of the crime. Let me touch something off the body. I prefer metal. I prefer a watch, a ring, an earring, a belt buckle.
Lewis's had given me a couple pairs of his shoes and his wallet. And I spoke to her on the phone, and she indicated that those items would be fine.
I'm going to find Norman.
Rainier uses a paranormal technique called psychometry. By handling some of Norman Lewis's personal effects, Rainier believes she can tap into residual psychic energy that will lead her to Norman.
Numbers. 21. I feel miles.
She gave us the numbers 45, 21, and 22. I remember those three specifically.
I see brick. Don't know what it's associated with, but I just feel the brick very strong. It appears to be a bridge. I feel metal around me. I feel plants.
She talked about railroad tracks.
I'm driving for a short distance, and then something happens, and I see him in the air going downward.
Should be very simple. There's railroad tracks, the bricks, there's a bridge.
I'm seeing from above, and it looks like there's branches or trees or something below there.
Investigator Hewitt put
I like
all
her
of
little
Ranier's clues
movements.
together,
It's cute.
used some gut instinct of his own, and came up with one word: quarry.
He was spending a lot of time, I think, going out and checking the quarries or lime rock pits to see if he could get the one that seemed more logical. And he was, I don't know what all he was doing, bless his heart. He'd be out there in the brambles and whatever. It's a wonder he didn't get hurt himself.
I walked around probably 30 quarries, climbed up and down cliffs, and cut my way through growth, and it was quite an adventure. Once I determined that 80% of the elements that she mentioned were in that location, I was pretty much convinced that that was the spot.
Brian Hewitt put his hunch on the line. He convinced Chief Slaughter that it was time to call in a Sheriff's Department dive team to search for Norman Lewis and his truck.
The dive team made their search and came up empty-handed. A lot of people, and maybe even myself included, would have said, all right, we tried, but Brian wasn't that way. He said, look, I know I know we've got the right spot, but we're just not using the right techniques. So that's when we turned to the Navy, although I don't think we'd ever gotten them here had they known that they were acting on a psychic's tip.
The elite naval diving team later said they wouldn't have come if they'd known that it was a psychic tip that had brought them there. The team said that they were driven by the knowledge that Norman had been a career Navy man. One of their own was missing.
I met them the first day they were in. Then they said, if there's a truck in here, we'll find it.
When we found the vehicle, Joe was there. Joe was up on a cliff.
And that's when Brian came up and told us that they'd found the truck. And I asked him, I said, is he in it? And he said, yeah.
It was a sad day because, obviously Norman was deceased, but on the upside, it was, finally over, get a good, decent burial, and the family could go on with their lives, and we could kind of close it out and basically go on with ours.
2 years after he had disappeared, Norman could finally be laid to rest. The Williston police had used Noreen Rainier's clues of bricks, abandoned railroad tracks, and a bridge to pinpoint the quarry where Norman had drowned in his truck. And what of the numbers that Rainier divined? 45, 21, 22. It turns out that the quarry where Norman was found is located just off State Route 45. His truck was found exactly 2.1 miles from his front door. And finally, the calendar date on Norman's diving watch was stopped on the number 22.
Are you telling me there was a large body of water 2 miles from this man's house, and they just didn't
to work on the Norman
think
Lewis
to
case
check
because
it
they had
anyway.
nothing to lose. But there are a lot of families searching for missing loved ones who do have a lot to lose. If you decide to work with a psychic detective, please make sure that you do it with the cooperation of local law enforcement and never give a psychic detective any money up front.
Next, experts are calling
Okay,
the most
warnings.
significant
I
UFO
appreciate
encounter
that.
since Roswell.
This could be the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak.
Flying saucers, reports of alien bodies at the scene, a government cover-up of monumental proportions. Put it all together,
The government
and you have
doesn't
two of
want
the
us
most
to see
intriguing
the
cases
long
in the
boys.
history of ufology. That's right, 2. Obviously, the Roswell incident of 1947 is one, but there is another almost identical case, and it's happening right now in Brazil. Vittorio Paccaccini is one of Brazil's leading ufologists, a tireless investigator who has spent a
Sounds like a
lifetime
tasty
researching
pasta.
thousands of UFO sightings throughout Brazil. But despite Paccaccini's best efforts, Brazil has never gained recognition as a major UFO hotspot, until now. The sightings began early on the morning of January 20th, 1996. Paccaccini rushed to Varginha in eastern Brazil, where he took testimony from cattle rancher Eurico Rodrigues de Freitas. De Freitas claimed that he had seen a large and seemingly damaged saucer hovering at treetop level. It had panicked his herd.
A noise was made by the cattle and it got my attention. It was 1 a.m. and the object passed through here.
So what exactly did you see? Tell me the details.
Details? Well, it was covered with smoke. It was a big object about the size of a small bus, and it hovered for 40 minutes about 5 meters off the ground.
Paccaccini tried to corroborate De Freitas' account and found more eyewitnesses, including the mayor of a neighboring town.
It was an object almost the same size of a small bus. It was rectangular. I could see it had 5 lights. It was almost at the top of that eucalyptus tree.
Aliens are so dumb.
There were also reports that the local fire department had been called out to investigate the appearance of a strange humanoid creature on the outskirts of town. Varginha's fire department is also its animal control agency and routinely rounds up all kinds of wild animals that stray into populated areas. But what they captured on the afternoon of January 20th was unlike any animal they had seen before.
The creature had been on a slope toward a wooded area, and children had been throwing rocks at it, probably because they didn't know what it was and were a bit frightened of it. The firemen didn't have any trouble capturing this creature because it was somewhat dazed, perhaps from being hit by the rocks. This creature was then carried off by the military.
Throughout the day, the fire department and reportedly the military
Was
began to
long
respond to
and
calls from
gray and
private
had big
citizens who
eyes.
were seeing more humanoid creatures. Based on the times of the calls and the distance between sightings, Paccaccini believes that there may have been as many as 5 different creatures. Most of the sightings were fleeting glimpses, but these young women claim they saw much more.
They were coming from work, they were cleaning somebody's house, and then they decided to make this shortcut, and all of a sudden, they just saw that creature, you know, just leaning against the wall, you know, bending down. They got really scared. They thought it could be the devil.
Lilian and Bacarina, I would like you to see this picture and see if it's close to what you had seen.
See. They were going to arrive at 2 o'clock, and it was
Hey,
already
I understood
2:45,
that.
and they hadn't gotten home yet. So I was really worried, and I went to meet with them. I got off my street at the corner, and I met with Liliana, and she was very nervous, crying a lot. And then Katia and Lakia were coming. After I had calmed them, they told me, "Mama, I'm really scared because I think I saw the devil today."
Based on their testimony, the creatures were dubbed alien beasts and linked to the UFO sightings. The
Is that what
media
they look
began to
like?
demand answers, but in this case, Brazilian officials had very short memories.
Fucking
Did you
pink
see
and
that kind of
squishy.
animal that was captured months ago?
I was on holiday.
But is there anyone who can talk about it?
No, nobody.
But didn't you have any friends that were working here that day?
I was on
I don't
holidays,
have
and
any
what I
friends.
know is what you know. And what is it? I don't know.
However, Paccaccini claims that a high-ranking member of the military told him off the record that an alien creature was taken into custody.
Mm-hmm,
They took
I'm
it
sure.
to Humanitas Hospital. Many different doctors, over 15 of them, were in that place. Intelligence people from the army. You know, that creature had this horrible smell. One of the doctors came over and, you know, grabbed the creature's chin like this, opened that little slit, and using tweezers, he grabbed the tongue and pulled it out a little bit. It looked like a black ribbon, or some lizard a tongue or something like that. Many people saw that. We have the statements recorded. And then he released this and it went back immediately.
According to this same anonymous source, at least 2 humanoid beings were captured and examined at Humanitas Hospital. They both died a short time later while in military custody. Paccaccini claims his source told him that Brazil was not the only government with an intense interest in the
Fish
creatures.
Islands is scary.
One of the military witnesses indicated that the United States government not only alerted the Brazilian military that this object was coming down, but that several American officials had showed up and were on the scene to help direct the process secretly.
I was quite impressed with the depth of investigation done by Mr. Paccaccini.
Nuclear physicist Stanton Friedman was one of the original investigators of the Roswell incident.
I'm convinced that bodies were recovered down there. The government made a substantial effort to shut things up. And that thanks to the very hard work of a number of investigators down there, the story is coming out bit by bit.
The striking similarities between the Varginha sightings and the Roswell incident have not escaped UFO researchers. Information on Brazil is all over the internet, and this time ufologists vow proof of extraterrestrial contact won't slip through the World Wide Web.
This is a very big story. It's recent, a lot of people involved, medical, military, some serious investigation, the press has gotten involved. This could be the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak.
Since our investigative team in
so
Brazil filed this report, UFO sightings have increased dramatically. There has also been another sighting of a so-called alien spotted in a wooded area near Varginha. Sightings will bring you more information on the UFO activity in Brazil on future programs.
Next, on December 31st, 1999, the world will discover what a difference a day makes. Are you ready for the next millennium?
No, I'm so scared. You've seen what they wore in the
Welcome
2000s.
to the end
It was
of the
terrible.
millennium. But before you start partying like it's 1999, Sightings has prepared a series of reports on the implications, prophecies, and problems that may come our way when the calendar turns over to 2000. Consider Sightings Millennium Watch as your survival guide for the 21st century. Predicting the future of planet Earth is ancient history. Nostradamus did it, so did the ancient Egyptians, and Native American tribes have all predicted specific dates when significant events will rock the foundations of humankind. But our fixation with the millennium is strictly New Testament.
There are various ways to conceptualize the attainment of the millennium. The more common view is that the millennium will be brought about catastrophically.
According to Dr. Wojcik, many people believe there is a catastrophic link between the millennium and the apocalypse.
Generally, these beliefs assert that the contemporary world is so evil, it's corrupt, it's irredeemable by human effort. So you need some kind of divine, supernatural transformation of the world. And then a new perfect world will be created after the contemporary world is destroyed.
The Book of Revelations established 1,000 as the magic number, the number of years that Christ will rule after Armageddon. This convinced early Christians that the second coming would arrive in the year 1000, and many ominous and, to their mind, inexplicable events seemed to support their apprehension. At the close of the 10th century, there was a total solar eclipse, a catastrophic plague, and the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. But when 1000 arrived without incident, the year 2000 became the new focus for prognosticators.
The prophets have indicated that we're going to see a
a thermonuclear war in the Middle East that will drag the whole world into it.
Hal Lindsey has been particularly influential since the early 70s, and his interpretations of the last book of the Bible very much focus on a one-world government and the possibility of a nuclear holocaust, a cataclysmic type war stemming from a conflict between the forces of Antichrist, the evil forces, and the resistance, as it were. It's a very scary scenario.
Doomsday scenarios like this one have kept generation after generation looking over their shoulder for the end of the world. 400 years ago, Nostradamus linked the millennium and doomsday. And the Maya civilization, which disappeared mysteriously 1,000 years ago, left us with a calendar linking the year 2012 and Earth's demise. While he doesn't believe the world is coming to an end, millennial scholar Robert Howard does acknowledge that the world will be different on January 1st, 2000.
When you look at a date that's, had a bunch of zeros after it, suddenly, I think everyone will feel a little
What the
bit,
fuck is a zero?
by that. Instead of having like 1955 or some reference point, suddenly it's empty. It's like a clean slate. And so whenever they're faced with
2000 is a whole ass number, my guy.
Uncomfortable.
Despite this uncertainty, or perhaps because of it, record numbers of people are seeking spiritual enlightenment as the 20th century comes to a close.
People are realizing, as they're faced with the new millennium and the uncertainty that comes with that, I think people are faced with, again, a need for spiritual symbols.
Dr. Lauren Artres is finding that this symbol, a 13th century labyrinth from a French cathedral, has had a powerful effect on visitors since it was installed at Grace Cathedral in San Francisco.
This is an ancient tool that has been lying in the archives of many religious traditions, dusty and forgotten. Walking the labyrinth has really changed my life. I found a profound way of being able to meditate as we look and walk into the next century.
The concept of the new millennium as a fresh start is gaining a positive foothold among people around the world. Some have turned to the skies. In Brazil, reported apparitions of the Virgin Mary are on the rise. Many people are adopting a more earth-friendly lifestyle to ward off the potential wrath of Gaia. And UFOs are being touted as friendly harbingers of metagalactic peace and harmony.
The message that the aliens are giving us, and this is a message that recurs in millennial movements, is that there has to be renewed faith, renewed hope. People have to change. We're destroying the world. We're destroying each other. So some sort of transformation has to occur throughout humanity.
It's not humanity we need to worry about, say technology experts. We'll survive the year 2000, but it may be Armageddon for our computers.
People are predicting maybe 90% of computer software and hardware will not be able to handle the 2000 date. There is the potential for there to be massive system-wide failures. Your web browser to your bank account could all become part of a massive computer.
You'll never be able to go to a physical bank when the website's gone. I'm sorry.
In comparison to what will happen on May 5th, 2000, when a rare planetary alignment could trigger global catastrophe.
The loss of life is going to be tremendous, with land sinking and rising and tsunami and great storms as a result of all of these things. Volcanoes will be going off that have been quiescent for thousands of years.
But for every doomsayer, there is someone espousing a positive outlook for the next millennium.
People are realizing that the sun exploding and destroying the earth in some infinite future is not as satisfying as other possible beliefs. People are going to believe what feels right to them or what makes sense to them.
The fact that these types of beliefs have existed forever indicates that probably it won't happen. The world's not going to end in the year 2000. There's so many conflicting apocalyptic traditions. Not all of them can be right, I guess.
Will the new millennium trigger apocalyptic social and geological changes? Or are we at the dawn of a new age of enlightenment? Sightings will explore these theories and more as we continue to bring you Millennium Watch reports throughout the coming year.
I want more Millennium Watch.
If you've had a paranormal experience, please write to us at Sightings.
I have, with
Sightings can also be
vampires.
contacted at America Online at keyword Sightings. Download
Oh,
images,
fuck,
sounds,
where's
and
my
quick time
AOL
clips from
30-month
Sightings episodes.
trial
On
free
the internet,
disc?
access information about sightings and the paranormal at sci-fi.com/sightings.
Until next time, remember, no mystery is closed to an open mind. For Sightings, I'm Tim
Remember AOL chat rooms?
Next on Sci-Fi, Dark Shadows.
And then I remember when there was a tab for chat rooms that people made, and they were always really weird and freaky.
We all go a little mad sometimes.
Vince Vaughn is Norman Bates in Gus Van Zant's shot-for-shot remake of the greatest thriller of all time.
The boy's best friend's his mother.
Psycho, tomorrow at 9 p.m.
That seems unnecessary. Why would you reshoot Psycho? See, remember someone asked me earlier about remakes and I said just leave it alone.
Me and the sofa go back a long way.
It's not even brown, it's just dirty.
I've had this couch for so long and I've done so much.
You see how difficult he's been?
I've done so much coming on this couch. I love this couch. My girlfriend.
Talk to me about this.
I got my degree with
I'm
this
not
sofa.
gonna get upset about this again. We've gone over this over
La
and
la
over.
la 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 la, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. La 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 la. Yeah. Okay, take one. Chris and Laura decorate their dream house. I'll do it.
There comes a moment in all our lives when it's time to do something about the graduate school clutter, the worn sofa, and the mismatched chairs.
Change is good, as long as it doesn't cost a lot.
So we tried a little rearranging.
A little.
Coffee table, move it back there, bring the couch over here. A little bit over to the left, a little bit over to the left. Why don't you just move it over an inch, okay? But we know what we have to do. We have to pick the whole rug up and roll it out.
Decorating's not about spending your hard-earned cash. It's about being ingenious, about finding the beauty in what you may already have, and reconfiguring, recovering.
The sofa has got to go.
The sofa stays.
The sofa stays.
Sometimes it's as easy as putting a new face on an old friend. SureFit casual slipcovers.
That's what
make
I
it
like to
simple
do to
get
all
a
my old
brand new
friends.
look
Every time a
without the
wrinkle shows
expense
up,
of
I
buying
just
new
peel off the
furniture,
face and put on a new
reupholstering
one.
the old furniture, or investing in custom slipcovers. With casual slipcovers, you can cover old or worn furniture, or protect the good pieces from pets or kids. A SureFit casual slipcover consists of two easy pieces, a large piece of fabric and a matching skirt. Fold it in half inside out. Lay it over your sofa. Center the fold, making sure the seam runs across the top of the back of the sofa. SureFit casual slipcovers are made extra wide to fit most
fabric's
furniture
so ugly.
sizes. Next, tuck the cover into the folds of the couch. Begin at the back of the couch and work toward the arms. Smooth and straight.
But what if I want to hold
Push
pillow?
stay puts deep inside each tuck to make sure tucks stay put. 3 along the back and 1 at each arm. Fold excess fabric toward back of the sofa. If necessary, secure with spiral fasteners. The back can be pleated or folded in any number of ways. Try a Roman pleat or a handkerchief fold. Or be creative and do your own thing. Finger pleat the arms where the fabric
Bunch it
gathers
up.
like this.
Just grab it.
Blouse for a romantic look, or fold flat for a tailored look. Pleats can be secured with a spiral fastener. Now to complete our decorating
Yes!
look, slip the elasticized skirt around the bottom of the sofa. For a little less ruffle, pull tight and pin in the back. Spiral fasteners, they work just like a corkscrew. Turn until they are firmly in place. Spiral fasteners don't come out easily. However, if you have small children, you may want to tack the cover on with a needle and thread. For the tailored look of a straight skirt,
That fastener
center
wasn't
the
going
skirt
into
in front of the
anything. She
draped
was
chair at the
struggling
height you want, and secure with a spiral fastener in the front center, just below the cording. Wrap fabric around the side of the chair and fasten 2 inches past the corner. Repeat on the other side. Then wrap the remaining fabric around the back. Fold the excess fabric under and fasten. Tuck any excess fabric under the chair. Use the remaining spiral fasteners to give the skirt a smooth, upholstered finish. Elegance, color, and cheer.
Elegance.
With SureFit's casual slipcovers, change is 5 minutes away. Begin your decorating with a color theme. Make that color an element in each of your printed fabrics. Mix and match coordinated patterns for a confident, professional look.
Yeah, more florals, Grandma.
And a solid or a stripe on a chair. Accent with decorative pillows in a coordinating color. Catch the spirit of the Southwest. Or the comforts of country.
Oh my god, it looks like a
Let
magic
in the
eye.
sun. Live out a damask fantasy. Outfit an office. Or send your kids to college in style for very little cost.
Okay, the striped one was pretty
And they're
good.
all machine washable.
I told her, I don't do windows.
A SureFit Valance coordinated with your casual slipcovers is a simple, inexpensive way to integrate your windows with the rest of a newly redecorated room.
Ew, they're so horny over this couch. Ugh.
So, next week...
Gross!
Study, right?
Y'all nasty, I don't want to see that.
Get ready to match the stars. McLean Stevenson, Loretta Swit, Stu Gillum, Brett Summers, Richard Dawson, and Ann Elder as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 73. And here's the host of Match Game 73, Gene Rayburn.
We will end this cliffhanger today.
Hello there. Hello, Johnny Olson. Hello, ladies. Nice to have all of you with us. We thank you for joining us in person or on the tube, and we thank you for joining us. You look resplendent, sir.
Thank you. We'll have to move right
I
along.
hate his
Pinky Lee,
jacket.
once we're all talking at once, I will not speak.
All right, I'll do all the talking. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say hello to Lonnie Stewart and Margie Dale here. Last time out, we ended up with a tie. We went to the tiebreaker. We were able to finish half of the tiebreaker, in which Lonnie scored 4 celebrity matches, and we were about to get to your end of the assignment when time expired. We will get to that right after we get to this. Okay, now let's complete this tiebreaker as we go to Margie Dale's end of the tiebreaker round, 4-0, and at this moment in favor of our challenger. Here it is, everybody plays. The day after the party...
Whee!
No. The day after the party, Leonard went back to look for his blank. Margie, you think about that. Day after the party, Leonard went back to look for his blank.
I like underwear.
Good.
Nintendo dude.
Take your time. They'll put a weather report out while they're waiting.
All right, everybody all set? Now, Margie, we call for your response. The day after the party, Leonard went back to look for his...
Underwear.
His underwear. Okay, that's what she said. He's looking for his underwear.
Church say amen.
All right, underwear is what we're looking for, McLean. What are you offering?
I'm looking for a better dresser. How do you like the Humphrey Bogart Pinky Lee outfit?
Oh, I think it's terrific. Excellent.
Okay, moving right along.
Yes.
The answer is...
He looks like a picnic table.
Wrong. Date.
No match there, okay. We go to Loretta?
Yes, he went back to look for his wife.
Went back to look for his wife.
it
You
was
must
that
match
kind of
the
party.
remaining celebrities to stay in the game. It's up to you, Stu. Underwear is her answer.
Well, since I'm not married, the day after the party, which was at Reb and Leroy's house, I had to go back and look for my date.
For your date. So there is no match there. So we do have a new winner in Lonnie Stewart. Congratulations. You can step up in the round, please. Right here, if you would. Shorts, car, okay. Well, Margie, you're not leaving empty-handed because you've been a big winner in the past. You have a total of $5,600. And many thanks for being with us. Margie Dale. Bye.
Bye, Margie.
How do you feel?
I'm a little nervous.
You're a little nervous? Just put your arms around me. You won't be nervous. See how loose and relaxed you are now, okay?
Loose is
Eat your heart out,
operative
Stu.
word.
All right, now you know we're going to have the super match going here. We polled a recent studio audience, and we got their best response to this. Howard blank. Now, the answer given most often by that audience is worth $500
The duck.
if you can match it. The second most frequent response, $250, and the third, $100. Okay, now you can turn around and choose 3 celebrities one at a time and get a little help here, some suggested answers.
Anne, please.
Anne?
Yes, Howard Cosell.
Howard
It's
Cosell.
the 70s, guys. Remember.
Stu, please.
Stu?
I'm high-minded Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes. Okay, that's 2. One more.
And Brett.
Okay. There's a very obscure English novel called Howard's End. That's the best I can do for you. After all, I was 3.
That's very good.
Guard.
No booing, please. No.
I hope it comes up and you'll all be sorry.
All right, so that's her answer. The end. Howard End.
Howard's
Okay. Howard's
End. Zend.
Howard's End. Okay.
Let me give her a lump of sugar.
Howard Hughes, Howard's End, and Howard Cosell. You may choose one of those or give us one of your own, Lonnie. What would you like to do?
I would like to go with Howard Hughes.
I went with him. You wouldn't like him. Okay, she wants to go with Howard Hughes, and that's the answer she's looking for. So let's begin the revelations. May we see the $100 response. Howard Johnson. Gee, that's a popular answer that no one thought of. Okay.
He doesn't make soul food, does he?
Here we go. Now we're looking for Howard Hughes. May we see the $250 response. Howard Cosell is up there, the one that Ann gave you. All right. Here's your last chance, Lonnie. Let's see if it's up there. Looking for Howard Hughes. Here is the $500 response. Howard Hughes. You got it. Very good. It's the one Stu gave you. Okay. You've got the $500, Lonnie. That means you'll be now playing for 10 times that amount, or $5,000. Now, to collect that, you've got to match one celebrity on a head-to-head basis, so please choose a celebrity now.
I'm going to stick with Stu.
Stu was good for you on that, so you think you'll be good for that on the $5,000. All right, Stu, you get ready to write, and Lonnie, you face me directly, if you would, please. Thank you.
I would have chosen Clifford Irving. Still.
Here is the $5,000 question. Spinning blank. Spinning blank.
Beyblades.
All right, he's
With
finished his
feeling.
answer. Now, Lonnie, you fill in that blank for us, if you would, please. Spinning.
Wheel.
Spinning wheel is her answer. The audience seems to agree with you that that's the one that Stu wrote, but we're going to find out right now. For $5,000, Stu, may we see your response?
Girl, how you come up with an answer like that?
Spinning wheel?
I mean, that's all. You're going to have all the money in the ghetto. Spinning wheel.
bad kisser. I mean, well, we congratulate you. You now have a total of $5,600. I was busy. I didn't know what happened when you went up there. Did Stu give you a kiss, or did you give him a kiss?
I gave him a big...
We worked on the building.
I was
It's what you call a little black power.
Okay, you're still the champion, Lonnie, and you're going to meet another challenger now, and we'll see how that game goes. Let's welcome Diane Whiting. Hello, Diane. Okay, would you step back up there, Lonnie? You ladies know each other?
Yes, we do.
Diane, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Okay, I'm married. I'm a mother of 4 children, and I'm a daycare mother, too.
And you're a daycare mother?
Yes.
That's too many kids, lady.
And I ride a bike.
Give some of them away.
Have
With
fun.
4 children, how do you have any spare time?
You have to.
You have to.
Go crazy.
Well, all right. Don't go crazy here.
I won't.
Just keep cool.
I am.
Okay?
Okay.
Do you know how to play?
Oh, yeah, I know how to play.
All right. All right. All right. How do you think she got the 4 kids? All right.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that, Jane.
Yeah, I won't even bother to explain the rules because I think you wrote them. So here we go. Round 1 coming up here. The challenger makes the selection, so would you do that, Diane?
I want A.
You want A? You're going to get A, honey. Here it is.
I want A.
My pin fell down.
Your pin fell down.
Sorry, don't worry about it.
Just put it aside there and get ready to write a response
I fucking
to
love this show so much.
Martin
There's
said to Gilda,
too many things going on at once.
"You look perfectly ridiculous with a Band-Aid on your blank." Martin is speaking to Gilda. And he says, "You look perfectly ridiculous with a Band-Aid on your blank."
No, I'm not going to say
Good
it.
one. Don't think too hard, Stu. Trust your judgment and instinct, and...
It's not that. If I had any of that, I wouldn't be thinking.
All right, now he's ready. So, Diane, we'll get your answer to this. Martin said to Gilda, "You look perfectly ridiculous with a Band-Aid on your blank."
Nose.
No. You like that answer, huh? Audience likes that answer. Let's see what we get from our celebrated people up here. Nose is her answer. McLean, what's yours?
My answer is nose.
Nose it is for 1 match. Okay, Loretta, may we see yours?
Oh,
I said lip.
Lip. Okay. So, Stu, we come to you.
Now, some people may not understand how a person can be looking ridiculous with a Band-Aid unless you happen to be a person of my ethnic origin and are using a flesh-colored bandage on your nose.
Well, you score again, Diane, and let's come down here to Brett Summers.
I don't know why everybody keeps saying nose. I said navel.
Navel. That is a funny place for a Band-Aid, I must say.
Brett also
Would you
wrote
like to
that
say it?
song.
No.
Brett wrote that song, Banjo on Your Knee. I said Band-Aid on your nose.
Nose. So there's another one, Diane. You're up to 3, and let's go to Ann.
And I adore Richard Dawson, and I said a Band-Aid.
No. You did very well with that. You're up to 4.
She's
Well,
killing
we'll get
it.
to your question, but first we've got to get to this, and then you hurry right back. Here we go. Let's finish round 1. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, Lonnie, this is your assignment, and everyone plays. Little John said to Big John, "How old do I have to be before I can blank like
The
you?"
rapper? Rap.
Little John is speaking.
The answer is rap.
Said to Big John, "How old do I have to be before I can blank like you?" There you go, you're thinking again, Stu.
Light bulb come up on the top of his head?
Not yet.
That's how I tell.
That's it, now it came up. All right, now we're all set. Lonnie, Little John said to Big John, "How old do I have to be before I can blank like you?" What do you put in that blank?
I think date.
Date like you.
Yes.
You think that'll match the celebrities? Well, we'll find out right now if it does or if it doesn't. You, sir, what do you say?
Well, I'll tell you what I said. I said talk. That's what I
Talk
said.
like you.
Yes, that's what I said.
That's what he
right
said.
There on
He
the
said
card.
that,
I said
folks,
that.
in
You can
plain
see that
daylight.
Right there. Right.
And I thought my answer was lousy.
All right. Loretta, we go to you now.
I said kiss.
Kiss like you.
That was real good.
That's good. All right, Stu.
That's really a winner up here.
I can tell you that.
Stu?
Well, I'll tell you in all truthfulness, I have no other reason for this other than it's the only clean answer I can think of, and that's fight.
Fight like you. All right, date is the answer she is looking for. Let's see if we get it down here.
Miss Wrong, number 87. Play ball.
Play ball.
I don't even like to play ball.
Well, maybe Little John and Big John like to play
Brett,
ball.
you're so weird.
What do you say,
Wouldn't that
Richard?
be nice if they did?
Yes.
When will I be able to swear like you? And Big
Swear
John
like
says,
you.
shut up, you bleepity bleep.
Bleep, bleep. All right, Ann, let's see if we get a match out of you with a date.
She's looking for a date, and so am I. Unfortunately, I said
Thanks
Shay.
for sticking.
Shane would like you. Hey, that's not a bad answer. So, Lonnie, you didn't score with that. Let's go to round 2 here. And of round 1, it's 4-0 in favor of our challenger, Diane Whiting. So would you make your selection, please?
I want B.
You want B. All right, last time out, you matched Richard and Stu and McLean. So now you'll be trying to match Loretta and Brett. Everyone, you know, Loretta and Brett will be the only two playing.
Uh-huh.
You're not getting a point from Brett. I'm sorry.
No offense.
Said that, Brett.
Are you listening?
Yes, dear.
When the young lady screamed, Gil realized he was in the wrong blank. Shh. No help.
Oh.
You may be giving a lousy answer. That's the only reason we don't want you to help.
McLean is unraveling the panel again. Will somebody do something?
Again.
This is going to be a long one.
Bro, did you finish your answer?
Yes, I did.
And did you finish yours?
Yes, dear, yes.
All right, hold everything now.
Oh, God.
Diane, when the young lady screamed, Gil realized he was in the wrong
Bedroom.
bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said. Loretta, what do you say?
That's where my head is, too. A bed, yes.
Bed, bedroom and bed, no match
No.
there. Okay.
Oh.
All right, I guess the bed could be in the living room. That's why they can't
Ours
match
is in the
that.
kitchen. That's a very
All right,
reasonable
yeah.
answer.
Now let's see if we get a score here, Brett.
I said bedroom. I'm so
Bedroom.
thrilled
So
with
there's an answer
myself.
up to 5. Okay.
Holy shit, Brett got one.
So in the middle of round 2, score is 5-0.
I don't know how to
in
feel
favor of
about that.
Diane, and we're going to come back to you, but first we've got to do a little business here, and this is it. Here we are in our last round, and Lonnie, if you're all set, this is your assignments. You must match 5 celebrities to stay in the game. 6, however, if you have a perfect score, will win the game. This is it. At the hippie wedding, the bride and groom wore blank. At the hippie wedding, the bride and groom wore blank. All right, and you're having a little trouble. No, now you've got an answer, so you're... Ready up there?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Lonnie, think about an answer you think might match the celebrities. At the hippie wedding, the bride and groom wore...
Bathing suits?
Bathing suits. Okay. Must match 5 celebrities to stay in the game. McLean,
Baking
maybe see
suits?
yours.
Yes, I just said beads.
Beads. Okay, you've got a match. If you don't match Loretta, why, we're going to have a new winner here.
Oh, I can't take that kind of pressure.
Yes, you've got to do it now.
Jeans, Levi's, I said.
Levi's,
Yes.
not bathing suits, no match there. So we do have a new winner in Diane Whiting. Congratulations. Can you come up and around, please? Okay. Stand here if you would. Well, Lonnie, you're not leaving empty-handed. You've got $5,600 and our best wishes. Lonnie Stewart, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, Lonnie. Okay, you ready?
I sure am.
Is your motor running?
Oh, it is.
I could tell. All right.
Place your mind.
Here we go. Here's the super match. We polled a recent studio audience and got their best response to this. Foul blank. And you know their most frequent response is worth $500, the second $250, and the third $100. You can get help from 3 celebrities. Please choose one now.
Richard Dawson.
How would you fill that in?
Foul mouth.
Foul mouth, he says. All right, another one.
McLean.
Ball.
Foul ball. There's 2 and one more.
Britt.
Oh, foul smell.
Foul smell.
I wouldn't touch foul mouth with a barge pole.
All right, so you got foul ball,
Not with my
foul
reputation.
smell, and foul mouth. May we have your reaction to that? You want to choose one of those or think up one of your own?
I'll take foul ball.
You'll take foul ball. Okay. Foul ball it is. That's the one we're looking for. Here is the $100 response. Foul language, not there. Still looking for foul ball. Here is the $250 response. Foul ball it is. The one that McLean gave you. There he is. Okay. Just for the heck of it, let's see what's under the $500 response. Foul play. No one thought of that or said it. Okay. Now you've got the $250. It means you'll be playing for 10 times that amount, or $2,500 to collect. You've got to match one celebrity on a head-to-head basis. Who will that be?
Brett.
Brett.
Brett?
Brett, you. Get ready to write, Brett.
I told you about my age and everything and my bad heart.
Get ready. Okay, you face me if you would, please, Diane.
Seriously, Brett?
Here is the $2,500 question. Blank dog.
They like
D-O-G.
me. They really
Blank
like me.
dog. Okay, she has finished hers. Would you fill in that blank? Blank dog.
Mad.
No.
Mad dog. All
She
right,
didn't
Brett,
say
for
it.
$2,500. May we see your response?
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I said no!
Oh my god. McLean just really wanted a hug.
Just another lover's quarrel. Oh, she has so much taste
One
and
kiss
perception.
a show I thought was enough. Well, we congratulate you, Diane, and we'll come back and settle down here right after we have this message.
Picking Brett was like the riskiest bet you could have
Diane,
made
why
in
don't
your
you come
life.
back next time to meet a new player, and we hope you'll join us next time. And I want to thank each and every one of you. I mean, you're peachy kids and good dancers.
Don't you think we should put McLean in traction?
And good kisses. What was that, Loretta?
Don't you think we should put McLean in traction?
Yeah, I think we should do that. But listen, the one thing I want to say, join us next time. We'll have this galaxy of stars.
Robert Culp, Brett Summers, Jack Klugman, Joanne Flug, Richard Dawson, and Pat Carroll.
Gene Rayburn saying so.
I love when Jack and Brett are together.
Join us next time. Bye.
They're so mean to each other, but it's so cute.
West clocks, direct reading, digital dial-out alarm clock, wood grain finish light. Olson speaking for Matt Adolph's Instant Meat Tenderizer. Helps make meat tender, juicy, and delicious. Any cut of meat can taste even better. Adolph's, the original meat tenderizer. This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 73, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
I hope McLean gets the help he needs in life, you know. The man's unhinged.
Find the goodness where it's at. Give the eggshells some of that. Go smash an egg.
Yes, ma'am.
Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Hosted by Jonathan Frakes.
To be honest,
Tonight,
this stream
you're
may have had a
challenged
little
to
too much
separate what is
Jonathan
true
Frakes,
from
but
what
like,
is false.
whatever.
5 stories, some real, some fake. Can you judge which are fact and which are fiction? To find out, you must enter a world of both truth and deception. A world that is beyond belief.
That was today's secret theme of the stream. It's Jonathan Frakes.
Is the truth always easy to see? Take this picture. Viewed from this angle, it appears to be a dramatic seascape. However, take this vase, place it on the picture, and observe. The clear reflection of a man with a beard. It happens to be the face of legendary science fiction writer Jules Verne, a man who knew well the blurry line between fact and fantasy. Tonight you will see stories that may be inspired by actual
Wow,
events.
very cool,
They may be
Jonathan.
clever
Thank
lies.
you.
But in judging them, be careful of what they may seem to be. For like this picture, there may be hidden truths contained within. A fact which should give you pause for reflection. They come in
That's my
strips,
bio.
sticks, tubes, and kits. They inform you with dots, streaks, colors,
Tubes.
and symbols. Today's home pregnancy tests are available everywhere and can be purchased right alongside the beer and potato chips.
Pee
In
on
fact,
the
these
stick,
modern
pee on the
versions are said
beer,
to be
pee
over
on the
99%
potato chips.
accurate.
See which one tells you which one you're pregnant.
Take 18-year-old Marissa Baker. Her body is starting to feel different these days. But whether she's pregnant or not will soon be put to a terrifying test.
This
Is
our
she
home
gonna
in
have a
Del
ghost
Mar,
baby?
California. Until that terrifying summer, it was quiet and peaceful. Our daughter Marissa had just graduated from high school.
No
that
home
June.
with those things in there.
She was
peaceful.
starting college in the fall, but until then, she was determined to have the summer of her young life. My husband Glenn and I were beginning to suspect that she had gotten herself into a bad situation. Marissa, what's wrong?
Devil baby?
It's her stomach again, isn't it? This has been going on for 3 weeks now. It can't be the flu.
Glenn, we both know what it is. We just don't want to face it. Marissa's been spending a lot of time with Jason. Maybe they messed up. It could be.
Jason cummed inside of Melissa. Okay,
I know,
just
she doesn't
say it.
want
Get
to
it
talk
out
to
in
me.
the open.
She's gonna have to talk to us about this.
Glenn, let me do it. You're getting upset.
You talk to her.
Marissa? Sweetie?
I'm not pregnant. Why can't you believe me?
It's just that all the symptoms are there. Now, your father and I are trying to figure this whole thing out, and it's something to explore.
It's Jesus' baby.
Sure, okay, it's no big deal.
Not Jason,
Had
Jesus.
some kind of flu bug or something, but I'm feeling better now. I'm sure it's going away.
Marissa, we just want you to know that we're here for you. If there's anything you want to talk
There's
about...
nothing to talk about, Mom. I'm not pregnant.
As the days passed, Marissa began to have strange cravings.
If you eat in your bed, you're nasty. That's all I want to say.
Over the next few weeks, her clothes became harder and harder.
Getting
to
your
fit
fucking
into.
pickle juice and cracker crumbs all over the bed. What's wrong with you?
Marissa had always watched her figure.
It's my burger, baby.
Now her waistline was out of control.
What is happening to me?
There is no other explanation, Marissa. You must be pregnant. So
Marissa's
let's
calves
move out of denial
are so
and into
strong.
reality. You and Jason made a mistake.
I know what it must look like, but it's impossible. I never had sex with Jason or anyone, I swear.
We want to believe you, Marissa, but...
Oh, you can give me a home pregnancy test. That'll prove I'm telling the truth.
Well, according to this, you're not pregnant.
She's not.
Oh,
what's wrong?
Something moved.
Well, there's definitely something there.
What do you think it is, Dr. Sepperstein?
I don't want to alarm you, but it looks like a large cyst. It's just such an odd shape. I've never seen anything like it before.
Cyst? What about the movement I was feeling?
Oh, that was probably a muscle spasm or some gas.
It wasn't a muscle spasm. Or gas.
Marissa, the test
It
came
wasn't
back
gas.
negative. You're not
I don't
pregnant.
fart.
What
I'm
about
a
this
girl.
tumor or cyst or whatever it is? What do we do about it?
Well, I recommend that we go in and remove it as quickly as possible.
Is she going to be all right?
Marissa's a strong young woman. Whatever it is, recovery will be quick. Are we good to
Slice her open, Doc.
go? Okay. Scalpel. Sponge it, please.
It's a watermelon?
Follow me.
Like, you know that episode of Rugrats where Chucky swallows a seed? He goes watermelon in his tummy.
Doing great. Let me get the retractors in here. We're in. All right. Let's get the clamps in there. Here we go. Doing great. Let's see now. Let's find this. All right. Give me some room. There it is. Scalpel. Whoa, that's strange. It feels like it's moving. Oh my God.
Doctor, what is it?
Oh my God. It's a baby octopus.
Fry him up, let's eat!
The doctors came up with the only explanation that made sense. Marissa had been spending a lot of time swimming in the ocean that summer. She must have swallowed a fertilized octopus egg, and her body provided the incubator for its development. Our daughter is fully recovered now, but we'll never get the nightmare out of our minds.
I don't know, guys, that one
story
seems
you've just
pretty
seen was
weird.
suppressed for years and is still denied by the medical community. But let's be clear
It's
about
gotta
one
be
thing.
real.
No one is claiming that Marissa gave birth to an octopus, only that one was surgically removed from inside her body. Despite the
Okay, but what if it was just like a toy
possible. Can a
shaped
fertilized
like a
octopus egg
tentacle,
ingested into the human system
technically
grow inside the body?
removed
Certainly
from her
other
body if
organisms and
something went
parasites
wrong?
and tapeworms have grown to enormous size inside their human hosts. Do you accept this tale of an octopus who lived inside a human being as true? Or is there something fishy going on here?
Stop, shut the fuck up!
We'll find
Don't
out
smile
if
at
this
me!
story is true or false at the end of our show. Next, a real estate agent sells a house with a curse on beyond belief, fact or fiction.
Have you noticed what big stars real estate agents have become? You see their names and faces on billboards, on benches, and in every Sunday newspaper. Is it any wonder with star treatment like this that many real estate agents begin to act like stars themselves? Bev Conklin is a true star of the real estate world. To see her fast-talking, charming spiel is like witnessing a high-wire act. But in this case, Bev isn't working without a net. She's working without a conscience.
What happened to Annette? Did Annette get murdered?
I'd never met a woman like Bev Conklin before. I wish I never had. Bev was the #1 real estate agent on the East Coast. She could sell anything.
Can you get a fucking license plate that's just a bunch of dollar bills? Because
At the time, but the manor was cursed. All
please,
five
I need
previous
it.
owners had met with horrible misfortune.
Why are you
By
trampling on
time
the
I
flowers
started
like
house
that,
hunting,
ma'am? The
Hampton
fuck?
Manor was up for sale again. My wife and I were fresh from the city. To Bev, we must have looked like hors d'oeuvres on a tray, ready to be devoured. As we closed the deal on Hampton Manor, Bev never mentioned any curse.
Martha and I have been wanting to move out of Manhattan for years, but we just couldn't find the right house.
Well, you certainly found it in Hampton Manor, Don.
I can't get over the fabulous deal you got us, Bev.
I keep thinking there has to be something wrong with the old place. But the inspection checked out fine.
Of course it did. Bev Conklin only sells the best. I envy you both. I just wish I could afford a home like Hampton Manor. Will you invite me over once in a while for a cup of coffee so I can drool?
You got a deal, Bev.
Congratulations. Bye, Don.
Oh, Bev.
Bye, Martha. Bye-bye. Drive safe now.
believe you didn't tell those people about the curse of Hampton Manor.
Oh, give me a break, Gina. Really. There's no such thing as a cursed house. So those other owners had some bad luck. It happens. It's not my fault.
I just think you should have said something.
There's nothing in the real estate code of ethics that says anything about divulging dumb superstitions to potential buyers.
I would have told them about the curse.
Curse smirched. It's a sale. Now you watch. The Mackles are gonna love that place. I bet I get a lot of referrals from that couple.
I didn't see Bev Conklin again for almost 6 months. But by this time, things were very different.
Who's that sitting at my desk?
That's Mr. Mackle.
Who?
The one that you sold Hampton Manor to. Remember?
Oh, the rich stockbroker. He certainly looked better. Okay. Oh, Mr. Mackle, what are you doing here? In the market for a summer home, perhaps? Something on the Cape?
Oh God, he's a ghost.
What happened to you?
Ever since I took ownership of Hampton Manor, my life has gone to ruin. All my stocks and bonds collapsed. My clients abandoned me. My wife left me for another man.
I fell in a patch of dirt.
I've developed a bleeding ulcer that causes me constant pain.
That's all very sad. But what is it you want of me?
I finally learned from the neighbors about the curse of Hampton Manor.
Oh, that, really?
Why? Why didn't you tell me about it before you sold it to me?
That was not my responsibility. Now, honestly, Mr. Mackle, you can't blame your bad luck on me. A house is a house. There is no such thing as a curse.
I want the manor sold immediately.
Oh, well, if you want me to represent you as your agent, that's different. Of course, you understand it's going to take a while to find a buyer. I mean, that is a very special house.
No! It has to be done today, immediately.
Oh, my God, you must be kidding. I can't find a buyer today.
If I own that house a moment longer, I know I'll die.
Don't go back. Don't go back to the house.
If
go live in a hotel for a while.
You'd let it go for $300,000.
The house can't come and kill you.
But that's less than half of what I paid for it.
I
know. All right. All right. It's a deal.
Oh, Don. And you are going to be so happy because I am going to save you so much time in escrow. I can do it all right here.
I signed over the deed, making Bev Conklin the owner of Hampton Manor. She was only too happy to take it off my hands. But then again, she didn't believe in curses. I never saw Bev again, but her assistant, Gina, who definitely believed in the curse, told me the rest of the story.
The place is fabulous. I may never sell it. The bathroom alone is worth the price of the mortgage. Oh, now I wish I was still dating Reggie. Such a nice big tub.
Bev, don't you feel weird about poor Mr. Mackle?
Why should I? He's completely nuts. The place is great.
Aren't you scared?
I told you, I haven't had one single problem. No, none whatsoever.
That's great.
Oh, you stop already. There is no curse.
Well, I hope you're right, Bev. You know you're the seventh owner of Hampton Manor, so... 7 is a lucky number. Maybe that will break the chain.
Why do they gotta focus on her feet so much?
Bev? Are you alright? Bev?
Did Hampton Manor
Rest
really
in
have
peace,
a curse?
Bev.
Or was Bev Conklin just a victim of bad luck? But then how do you explain the misfortune of every other owner of the property? Could they all just have been unlucky people? Oh, here's something else to ponder. We've changed the name and location of Hampton Manor for story purposes, but the home we based it on had a similar curse. In fact, a very wealthy couple bought it in the early 80s. At the time,
Jonathan,
they scoffed at the curse, and why
why
not?
are you
They owned
telling me this?
hotels, skyscrapers, and businesses all over the world. Within a short time after moving into their new home,
are you trying to
their
validate or
empire
invalidate the story? I don't understand.
Their names, Harry and Leona Helmsley.
We'll tell you whether this story is true or false at the end of our show. Next, a beheading in a wax museum on Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
Of all the instruments of capital punishment, surely the most fiendish is the guillotine. The sentenced prisoner would place his
Yeah.
here, affectionately known as the chopping block.
Bring it
A
back.
blade, sharpened so fine it could slice a human hair in half, would be released by the executioner. The result? A dramatic slice of life. Of course, the guillotine has been out of fashion for a while, but its legend is still with us. Pierre Saint-Jacques is a student of history. As a creator of wax figures, he has to be. His latest project is the beheading of French monarch Marie Antoinette, and he's praying history does not repeat itself. The world-famous Le Font Wax Museum is considered by connoisseurs to be one of the finest of its kind. Whether they're duplicating movie sets or famous moments from history, the attention to detail is legendary, down to the last bolt. The creative force behind the success of the Le Font wax exhibits was wax sculptor Pierre Saint-Jacques. Pierre was not only a genius at his work, he was an absolute perfectionist. He was so obsessive and demanding that the only one who could tolerate his high-strung behavior was his loyal brother, André. Together, they have prepared the precise details for the newest masterpiece in Pierre's acclaimed career, the beheading of Marie Antoinette.
Pierre.
What? Finally, it's arrived.
Nice.
This is the exact duplicate of the blade that separated poor Marie Antoinette's head from her body.
Do you really think the public cares if it's real or not?
I care, and that's all that matters.
I am the artist.
Pierre's outbursts were familiar to André. He dismissed them as the necessary release of an artistic temperament. Besides, Pierre was the one with the talent, so André chose to tolerate his behavior.
André? André! Why did you put the executioner in position so soon? I don't want him here yet.
I didn't. The last time I looked, he was back there.
Well, someone moved him here.
Pierre, if I did move him, wouldn't there be footprints in the dirt? Can't you see? The surface is perfectly smooth.
Oh, I can't be bothered with this now. Did you ever think you would become immortal, Mary? Is this how it looked? How it felt? How close did I come? And what was going through your head those last few moments?
It was a blade.
Pierre, are you all right?
I think so. It all happened so quickly.
Look.
Oh, you dick. You dick! How could you?
Someone is pulling a prank.
Maybe they're still inside the museum.
Pierre and André searched the entire museum but could find no one else there. The doors were still bolted from the inside, so nobody could have left. The brothers agreed that it must have been a freak accident and went on with their work.
They wanted to put their fear aside that somehow the wax executioner could be possessed of an evil spirit.
It's a great opening.
Yes.
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you. It's everything I dreamed it would be. Did you hear the comments about how realistic the exhibits are? Especially my Marie Antoinette.
Yes, Pierre, I heard the comments.
Perhaps now, finally, you understand the importance of my perfectionism.
Perhaps.
Can you imagine how horrible that must have been to have your head chopped off?
I think it's kind of cool. I wonder what they did with all the heads.
I think it's kind of cool.
You know what would be the bomb?
Beheading
A
makes me
picture
horny.
with your head in that guillotine.
Are you crazy?
Fuck out of here,
I
you
got 2
fucking,
shots left on the roll. It's not like it's real. It's all wax.
fucking guillotine fetish.
What are you doing?
Because it's gotta be a girl. We're recreating the beheading of Marie Antoinette.
It's gotta be a girl. That's what I'm horny for.
Okay, but let me know if somebody's coming.
Someone's gonna be coming, don't you worry.
Okay. Kneel down and put.
He said, stop!
This is too weird. Take the picture.
Wait a minute.
That's my
I
kind of
can't get
nut.
everything in.
24
Dang it,
carats,
just take the
baby.
picture.
Okay, but it's not gonna work unless you look more scared.
Hurry up.
It's not gonna work unless you look more scared.
Chrissy! Are you okay?
I was afraid there might be another accident, so I replaced the real blade with one made of balsa wood.
Thank you, Andre. Now I suggest we will place the executioner.
I really hope that girl broke up with that boy, because he's weird as fuck.
Did this story really happen? Or was it merely overworked imaginations that made the two men begin to see things in their own exhibit? And why were there no footprints showing the execution?
Stop and get interrogating me.
Is there a demented villain working behind the scenes? Or perhaps there are
Please.
no explanations to be found in the real world?
There's too many
Will the
questions.
story of the wax figure withstand the lasting test of truth? Or when all is said and done, will it simply melt away?
We'll find out if this story is
Where's
true
the
or false
watermelon?
at the end of our show. Next, a hospital becomes a bloody nightmare on Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
Did you say
To
blood?
many seriously ill people, these bags mean life itself.
Oh.
Steady drip, drip, drip.
It's like a
life
Capri Sun for me.
Provide the beat of life for
Give
patients
me,
in critical
Jonathan.
condition. But cut off that nourishment.
Oh.
The beat goes off. Nurse Gwen Buckbinder is used to patients who need nourishment to survive. But a new patient has just checked onto her floor and his medical
Give
needs
me
are
the
about
blood.
to go off the chart.
Jonathan.
I'd been working the midnight to 7 shift at St. Francis County for the past 5 years. I'd seen a
Look
lot
at
of
how
strange
full
cases, but
and
nothing
juicy it
compared
is.
for what came in late one
Oh,
night. It was just another John Doe, but this one was suffering from severe malnutrition and acute anemia. He was so far gone I didn't think he was going to make it. He refused all solid food and was being sustained on glucose IVs and blood plasma transfers. But now, only 24 hours later, his vitals were remarkably up. It looked like he was going to pull through. If you eat some solid food, you'd recover a lot quicker, you know.
I want to eat blood. The blood sausage, the
No
blood
appetite
pudding.
yet. Huh?
With the side of pig's blood in a chalice.
If you need anything, just push a button. I'm on till 7. The following night, I was on my rounds when I thought I heard voices coming from inside room 621. It was 2 in the morning, long past visiting hours. Who are you?
Spooky Grandpa
And what
and Spooky Grandma.
Oh, they are the Canes. They are here to see Eric.
Eric?
His name is Eric Creighton. He did odd jobs for us around the house. We became worried last week when he did not show up. So we went to police. They sent us here.
Please leave. I want to spend some time with my friends. Alone.
It is way
Okay,
past
Eric.
his name.
I'm sorry. They were not aware. Please, give us some time. Alone.
All right. I will break the rules, but just this once.
Thank you, my dear.
So now I knew the John Doe's name, Eric Creighton. But what was really going on in room 621? It seemed like more than just a visit from a couple of old friends. And what was that creepy old man doing in the bathroom?
Probably taking a piss.
Excuse me. Excuse me? Could you hold 1 second, please? I was determined to get to the bottom of this. But I had every right to check that bathroom. This was the safest time to do it without causing an incident. This patient definitely had me scared.
What do you want?
Eric, you're so fast.
I didn't mean to disturb you. I was just looking for dirty gowns.
They've already been picked up. Now please leave my room.
I came in early the next night. I just couldn't get Eric Creighton out of my mind. Who was he? Or more importantly,
Hey, Gwen.
what was he?
Did you hear about last night? Somebody ripped off.
I don't know. Is
ectoplasm from the blood bank.
his insurance paying for stuff? You don't have to worry
Weird,
about
ain't it?
anything.
Yeah, real weird. Chuck, do me a favor. Take 621 down to X-ray and keep him there a while.
What's up?
Just do it for me. I'll tell you later.
All right. 1 X-ray coming up. Don't worry, it won't hurt a bit.
Oh my god, that's so much Capri Sun.
I told you to stay away!
Oh my god! What did you do to him?
I think he might be a vampire.
Stay away from me!
Oh my god. Listen, he's just like still a little hangry.
Hospital
Okay.
officials kept my story a secret. They didn't want their hospital associated
He
with
had
vampires.
some blood. It
And
wasn't
then it hit me.
enough. He's just
Maybe
fucking.
Eric wasn't a vampire. Maybe his goal all along was to steal blood and sell it illegally. By pretending to be a vampire, he knew his crime would go unreported. I guess I'll never know.
What really happened here? Did the patient in room 621 really need to drink blood to survive?
I'm just saying
Vampire
those
stories have been with
little
us for centuries.
little things
There are
there, those
recorded
little IV
ceremonies in
bags.
which
They're
certain
like
tribes and cults actually drink human blood. But perhaps
it's like
the
a little
explanation,
smoothie. It's not a meal.
perhaps Eric and his cohorts were clever thieves who wanted to give the impression of being vampires so their activities would go unreported. But then again, how was it that Eric survived a 6-story drop, never to be found? Is this vampire tale based on an actual event, or are we just trying to suck you in?
Of course, it's real.
We'll find out if this story is true or
Trying to
false
tell
at
me
the
that
end of our
I don't
show.
exist.
Next,
Jonathan
a deadly game
Frakes.
of chance on Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
In the heyday of the touring carnivals, prize booths were big money makers for the barkers on the Midway. While many carnivals ran ethical games of chance, others stacked the odds in their own
Barkers?
favor. For example, the points of these darts are
Do
left
you have
purposely
dogs
dull.
working there?
The balloons, underinflated, making them much more difficult to break. These milk bottles make a tempting target. Knock 3 over, win a prize. It looks very easy, until you learn that they're weighted on the bottom. Big Ralph Zabriskie ran a crooked booth at a carnival for 20 years. He came from a long line of cheaters, and he was very good at what he did. But as Ralph is about to learn, no matter how skilled the con man, you can't cheat fate. Big Ralph's traveling carnival looked like a place devoted to fun, but it had a wicked underbelly.
I
Big
love
Ralph, an
spooky
ex-con who had
circus
committed everything
music.
from grand larceny to murder, was hiding out here from the law. And while he planned his next major crime, he spent his time running the carnival and cheating little children.
Close one. You're a good little girl. I almost lost one of my stuffed pals. Another dollar, another ring, another chance. What do you say?
Big Ralph knew that the hoops were about the same size as the cans, so to ring one was next to impossible.
Oh, too bad. You got any more money, sweetie? Then beat it, kid. You're taking up space. Step right up. Win a beautiful stuffed animal for just $1.
Wait just a minute.
Step right up. Yeah, what do you say, Pop? Put your money down. Try your luck.
In the next few moments, Big Ralph's luck and his entire future were about to change forever.
How did you do that, Pop?
Guess I'm just lucky.
Yeah, right. Real lucky.
Which one do you want?
The bunny.
I'll take the bunny.
If it was for a stuffed animal, why did it have a watch
You ever played
rubber
this game
banded
before,
to
Pop?
it?
You look awful familiar.
Nope, never played.
Thank you, mister.
Why would she get
The
such a
old man
big
decided to reward
bunny?
all the kids who had been cheated by Ralph that day.
You'll never do that again, old man.
But Big Ralph was wrong. The old man would do it again and again and again, all day long.
Why are there so many watches rubber banded to the paint cans?
Big ones.
Where did all the rubber bands go?
This kind of thing had never happened to Big Ralph before. The old master swindler was beginning to feel he was being swindled himself, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Big Ralph was being taken to the cleaners by an old man with an amazing ability for ring toss. And all the time the old man was winning prize after prize, Big Ralph was trying to guess, what's the angle? Who is this guy? Was it somebody from Big Ralph's violent criminal past?
His violent criminal past?
All right, that's it. This booth is closed for repairs. Just what kind of game are you playing, old man?
Ring toss.
You hustle me, you old bag of bones. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. Now you're gonna pay me for those stuffed animals.
Hey, I won those animals fair and square. I don't owe you anything.
And I want what's coming to me.
Whoa, you'll get what's coming to you, Big Ralph.
Who are you, old man?
Just a harmless old man. But you're a cheat. You've been taking advantage of children for
Finally, I can
years.
buy a whole potato.
Oh no, you didn't.
Get off these grounds. And if I see you here again, I'll give you a beating you'll never forget.
Hey, Big Ralph! You forgot your ring!
Hey, I've been looking for you. Where you been?
The Chamber of Terror is the name of my bedroom.
Got a car off track inside.
Everything's going wrong today. Come on, you rusted bucket of bolts. That's just great. Get out of my face, you cheap piece of junk.
Like, turn on the lights, guys. You operate this thing. You can flip on the light switch.
Big Ralph, are you okay in there?
What's going on? Sonia, stop playing with the sound!
Quite.
Forget this. Can't be. It just can't be.
Jake, Bobby, I need help now.
This laughter's driving me nuts!
You want to shut it off? I tried. Oh my God.
Yeah!
And so the old man had the last laugh on
Ventriloquist
now
Grandpa!
hanged to death by the hoop from the game of ring toss. Who was the mysterious old man? Was he some spirit sent to avenge the wrongful deeds of Big Ralph? Or was Big Ralph done in by some angry employees who were tired of his treachery and hateful ways? But then how do you explain the close resemblance of the old man to the funhouse figure? Was that set up to make an all-too-real crime seem supernatural? Is this tale of the deadly game of ring toss inspired by an actual event? Or have we rigged the game once again?
Next,
Every
you'll
time
find
you
out
smile.
which of our stories are fact
Ooh, I
and
wanna
which
punch him.
are fiction when Beyond Belief returns.
Now let's look back at tonight's stories and find out which ones are inspired by actual events and which ones are totally false. The story of the young girl who swallowed a fertilized octopus egg and grew the creature inside her body. True or false?
What about the movement I was feeling?
Oh, that was probably a muscle spasm or some gas.
It wasn't a muscle spasm.
Guys, guess. Quick, go.
The test came back negative. You're not pregnant.
Do you think you've heard a story like this somewhere? Is it true? Only in the world of urban legends. Although this one has been circulated as true, it's fiction. Now let's look at the house with the curse on it. Was this story true?
I finally learned from the neighbors about the curse of Hampton Manor.
Oh, that really?
Why? Why didn't you tell me about it before you sold it to me?
Murder
That
house.
was not my responsibility.
Real or fake?
Although we changed the name of the house, this story was inspired by an actual event.
But they told us that, so it shouldn't have been surprising.
The story of the wax museum with the deadly exhibit.
Literally after that story ended, they were like, we changed the name, but it was about this house.
Yeah, are you alright?
This eerie tale of the wax exhibit that seems to have a life of its own has to be false, right? Wrong. This one happened in a wax museum in Canada. Our source material spots it around 3 decades ago.
Canada.
Let's review the story of the hospital with the bloodthirsty patient.
Are vampires real? Yes or no? God, it looks so good!
I told you to stay away!
What did you do to him?
There is certainly more than one cult in this country associated with vampire-like
Almost buy a
activities.
Starbucks with this.
Is it possible that one of them participated in our story? Yes, it is possible because our research shows
I told
this
you
story happened to a
vampires are
registered
real.
nurse on the East Coast about 20 years ago. It's fact.
Y'all didn't believe me.
What about the cheating carnival barker who met an ironic fate in his own funhouse?
This booth is closed for repairs. Just what kind of game are you playing, old man?
Ring toss.
There's a common belief that carnivals employ people with shady or questionable backgrounds. This lends credence to the fact that this story may have happened. But not this time. We made it up.
I a trickster.
Once again, we've tried to demonstrate the truth and falsehood.
How many did you
side
get
by
right?
side.
And if you said
Were you
vampires
able to
aren't real,
separate
get
fact
the
from
fuck
fiction
out.
tonight? Or did you find our conclusions simply
Sorry,
beyond
I'm
belief?
just deeply offended.
Jonathan Frakes.
Join us next week for more Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
How can you sit here hanging out with a vampire and then say to my face, the vampires are real? The fuck am I then? I can't believe you guys.
In Japan, the hand can be used like a knife. But this method doesn't work with a tomato.
Oh, a tomato!
That's why we used
That was
the
kind of hot.
ginsu.
Do it again.
It's a knife that no kitchen should be without. The ginsu can cut a slice of bread so thin you can almost see through it. It cuts meat better than an electric knife and goes through frozen food as though it were melted butter. The ginsu is so sharp it can cut through a tin
Oh,
can
ew, I
and
hate that
still
sound.
slice a tomato like
Oh.
this. It can chop wood and still remain razor sharp. What's more, it's a knife that will last forever. How much would you pay for a knife like this? Before you answer, listen. It even comes with a matching fork to make carving a pleasure. Wait, there's much, much more. We also want you to have this 6-in-1 kitchen tool. It peels
I do
and
love a bit
slays
of carving.
peels potatoes, and slices paper-thin potato chips. This amazing little knife even grates carrots.
Why would you want a potato chip that thin? It would just taste like oil.
Pay for all these items. Well, we'll even give you this set of 6 precision steak knives. The handles even match the Ginsu. And to make the offer completely irresistible, you'll get this unique spiral slicer. Down and down, around and around, and you'll have a beautiful garnish for your dinner table. Now how much would you pay?
That fucking spiral thing is the worst.
The versatile 6-in-1 kitchen tool, a set of 6 steak knives, and the spiral slicer. You get
Yeah, I had a cucumber but wanted it to be twisted. Yo.
It's the most incredible knife offer ever. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-453-8800 or save COD by sending $9.95 to Ginsu, Box 40331, Rochester. You get the Ginsu knife.
Can I have $10, please? I want to make my cucumbers spirally.
This is the original Ginsu, the only knife offer with a 50-year guarantee. Don't accept imitations. Order now.
Yes. This is important, guys.
This word may look like it spells false to you. A closer look shows that it can also be true. What appears to be one thing, like this carving of a duck, might really be another. Like a carving of a rabbit.
He was the host in the first few episodes, and I miss him.
We've all heard the riddle of the half-filled glass. Is the glass that holds this drink half full, or is it half empty? Or maybe it really isn't a drink at all.
Oh my god, how fucking dare you!
That has never been cut in any way. And shoes that can't possibly fit through the opening. Impossible, yet here it is. 2 tables. The one on the left is obviously longer and thinner than the one on the right. But let's put this tablecloth on top of the right one.
Y'all are getting fucking tricked.
The 2 tables are exactly the same size. What makes them appear different is your perception. This is a Chinese bronze mirror. Its origins go back to before the time of Christ. One side is a polished mirror, the other side a detailed design. But when you shine it on a surface, the image on the backside is projected through the mirror. Now, how could things like this happen? The reflection of strange truth.
This drawing has been baffling people for nearly a century. Some of us see it.
I don't know about
fashionable
baffling.
young lady, and some of us see it as the portrait of an old woman. So which is it? Young or old, or is it both? This is an expression we've seen countless times. You probably think it says, "I love Paris in the springtime." That's only what our eyes tell us. Let's read it one more time, word for word. Notice the extra "the." Once again, we have been fooled by our own perception. What you see is not always what you get. Take this line drawing of a man in profile. Is this an honest man? The answer
All
is
of
written
these
across
feel
his
like
face.
something that like your mom would email to you
Is our most
like
unreliable
when you
sense
finally
because it can be
taught her how to
changed
use
so easily.
AOL.
Take these letters. When read straight across, they're the first 3 of the alphabet. But now watch what happens to the B when we add 2 numbers and ask you to read straight down. We've now changed the symbol from a B to the number 13. Sometimes to see the truth, we have to look at things from another angle. Take this portrait of a single clown. When viewed from a different perspective, it becomes an entire circus. Follow the clown as he turns the corner. In this drawing, is it the profile of a couple about to kiss? Take another look. It's a candle lighting the
Make
darkness.
up, make up, make up, make up, make up,
Profile
make
of
up.
falsehood can often obscure
The tension is
the
killing me.
What makes something true and what makes it false? It's often difficult to tell. Each week, we explore the ambiguity of truth. The dictionary defines ambiguity as open to multiple interpretation. And even when you factor in all of those various possibilities and look at it from all angles, it's still the same. Ambiguity. When we attempt to separate reality and illusion, it's best not to trust our senses. For example, this drawing. Our eyes tell us that the line in the lower segment is definitely longer than the line in the upper one, but let's look at the truth. They're exactly the same length. Be forewarned, in order to tell the difference between reality and illusion, you have to read between the lines.
But I
The
can't
truth
read.
often lies in the way you view it. We've all heard the question of whether the glass is half full or half empty, but take this cake on a plate. Is there only one slice taken out? When viewed from the opposite side,
I like this one.
there's only one slice left.
It's very clever.
You can have your cake and eat it, too. What is truly behind the mysteries that animals seem to possess? Take this elephant. Even a simple question like, how many legs does it have, can be difficult to answer. There's nothing about them you can count on. Some people look at this drawing and see a high mountain, safe from harm, while others see a tunnel spiraling down to an endless abyss. Take your perspective from the mountaintop, and at all costs, avoid having tunnel vision. Truth can be an elusive thing. In this illustration, there are actually two cubes, but we see only one. Our eyes will not permit us to see both boxes at once, yet the truth is they both exist. When you attempt to determine the truth, keep an open mind and don't box yourself in. There are many people who look at this picture and see the outline of a Native American chieftain. There are the feathers of the headdress. But yet gaze a little longer and you may see something else.
This
An
one's
Eskimo
so
figure
dumb.
in a snowstorm. This is his
Jonathan,
outline.
this is bad. This one's bad.
Both
Why
images
is there a
exist,
smiley face on the
yet
hand?
you can't see them both at once. Be mindful that what seems to be the face of truth may turn out to be a snow
what's
job.
the deal with magnets?
Snow jump!
How do they work?
Jonathan, we can't talk about that.
Is the truth always easy to see? Take this picture. Viewed from this angle, it appears to be a dramatic seascape. However, take this vase, place it on the picture, and observe. The clear reflection of a man with a beard. It happens to be the face of legendary science fiction writer Jules Verne.
I don't think we're trying to figure out if the illusions are fact or fiction.
Sometimes you have to check
that's the
things
point
out
of
from
this.
all angles to understand the big picture. Take these photos. They appear to be snapshots of nature, animal and plant life, all of various species and families. Let's take a step back to view the big picture. Now
Fuck
can
you,
see
Jonathan!
Species, the television host.
You little
Dependent
shit.
for survival
How dare
upon the
you.
Nielsen family. Can we really trust our own eyes? Observe these two painted figures. The one on the right obviously looks bigger than the one on the left. But let's switch positions.
Now I'm the little spoon.
Now which one seems bigger? The truth is, they're exactly the same size. The truth is often difficult to recognize. Take this illusion. Hidden among this confusion of lines is the outline of a bird, yet it's impossible to see. But by simply sliding this glass plate, our bird begins to fly before our eyes. Be on the alert, and you may capture truth in flight. All you have to do is look
That's
between the lines.
stupid. You're stupid, Jonathan. Fuck
A
off.
curious illusion. To the naked eye, this appears to be a perfect triangle. Yet here's the truth. A disconnected shape.
That wasn't an
Two sides
illusion.
separated by a significant space. Judge carefully, because as always, there are two sides to every story. Or in some cases, there might be three. A simple white vase set against
Break it!
a simple black background. But is it really so simple? Focus your attention on the black area that outlines the vase. What you see now appears to be two faces in profile. The nose, the mouth, the chin. And it's still a white vase with a black background. But now let's add to the illusion by spinning the vase. Now it appears that our two faces are talking to each other. Truth and illusion
I don't like
existing
it.
together at the same time. What is fact and what is fiction? It all depends on your point of view. Take a close look at this sphere. It's obviously a solid globe that we're looking at from the outside in. But now, let's take an even closer look. It now appears that we're inside the bowl looking out. We've done no tricks with the sphere. We've simply changed our point of view. This frame contains a three-dimensional sculpture of the face of Albert Einstein. By moving the frame, the sculpture moves too. We see both the left and right sides of Einstein's face. You can even move it up or down. But here's the surprising truth. There is no sculpture on this side. In fact, the space where the face appears is concave. The real face of Einstein is actually on the other side. Perception is something that can often change right before our very eyes. Here's an example. A contoured sheet with obvious valleys and peaks. But when we take another look, we see that it's perfectly flat.
That one sucks. That one sucks.
So, what's the reality? It all depends on our perception.
Jonathan, don't show anyone that ever again. It's awful.
Actually be mountains of deception. Sometimes it's difficult to label things accurately. Take this display of an object that is shaped like a mouse.
Just take a label maker.
When you rotate
Put a label on it. Easy peasy.
It evolves into a cat. So which is it really? As opposite as the mouse is from its mortal enemy, the cat, so is the truth opposite from a lie. Truth and illusion often blend together. The examples are all around us. For instance, this structure. Some might call it a box, others a square, still others a cube. But what is the reality? A mass of confusion.
I am very confused.
Sometimes reality and illusion live side by side. But to understand the difference, you must examine all sides. Take this globe. A perfect symmetrical form.
I will.
But when we check more closely, the truth is revealed. Remember,
Jonathan,
check
that's
out
cheating.
every angle before you judge. You may be getting only half the story. Observe. A perfectly shaped square. We set it spinning, and now it's a perfectly shaped spinning square. But let's change our perspective and see what happens.
Leave my perspective
By carefully
alone.
blocking out certain parts of the spinning square, it now appears to have a pulsating effect, almost breathing in and out. Of course, it's only an illusion. For what seems to be pulsating with lies may just be truth with a spin on it. We've all seen paintings that seem to follow us as we move around the room. But what do you make of a painting that changes as we move around it? This is a picture of a cityscape. Look at it straight on, and you see the fronts of the building. But move around it, and the sides of the building come into view. How is this possible? The ingenious artist painted this picture on a canvas with ridges, so as you move, your perspective constantly changes. Can you really believe your eyes?
I like that he karate chopped him at the end.
Your eyes will tell you that this square is darker than this one. Now, let's take a closer look. As you can see, both squares are exactly the same shade. What might at first seem to be black or white may turn out to be equal shades of gray. What's real?
Congratulations,
And what is
you've
illusion?
passed your probation
And
period.
can we really tell the difference?
Yeah.
Observe this still.
I love these.
It contains absolutely no movement at all. Now, I ask you to stare at this spiral. Begin now. Don't close your eyes or turn your head away from the set. Just continue to
I
concentrate.
fucking love getting mind controlled,
Spinning
dude.
circles. Or should I say circles? Within circles. Within circles. And now, look at our still picture of the fire again.
Oh god, it's
You are
terrifying.
providing the illusion of movement with your own eyes. Can you really trust your own judgment? For example, observe these two red lines. Which one seems longer to you? Most people would say this one. Here's the truth. They're both exactly the same size. An upside-down portrait of a vaguely familiar face. At first blush, it appears to be a
I
normal
love this
photograph viewed from an unusual angle. But let's turn it over. Apologies, these children are just frightened, especially mine. As you can see, the photo is not what we expected. Our eyes processed false information to our brain, and we were tricked. Observe this scale model of an ambulance.
Oh.
It appears to be a detailed, three-dimensional object with depth we can see. But what is it really?
That one's real good.
As you can see, it has no depth at all. It's a shell. Examine, if you will, two sculptures of different sizes. Obviously, this one is larger.
You already
than
did this one,
Is
Jonathan.
it really? Now you can see they're exactly the same size. An interesting lesson in perspective. Take a look at the normal-looking man in the background and the miniature, childlike figure in the foreground. Is it possible?
The little baby man!
It's not only possible, it's an absolute fact. We've all heard the phrase, 2 heads are better than 1. But does 1 head ever take the place of 2? Take this picture. The only head in sight belongs to former First Lady, Lady Bird Johnson. But whose body does her head belong to? The lady on the left or the one on the right? As you may know, it's a difficult challenge. But we thought you'd appreciate a heads up. Sometimes truth and illusion are one and the same. For example, this simple spiral. It measures
Dear
precisely
diary,
13 inches.
It's been a year.
Now,
Did you know
watch as I
urine is
stretch it
sterile?
out. What does it measure now?
Did you hear him laugh?
Exactly the same.
He was like,
The truth is that it only appears to be stretching out. Nothing about its measurements are changing. Truth and illusion side by side. In trying to determine truth, we must examine things from all angles. For example, this sculpture, when viewed head-on, is a simple, clean cube shape. But turn it around to another angle. Look what's revealed. A mass of different
disgusting.
shapes and lines that was previously hidden from view. Just like this metal sculpture. While you think you see something clearly, the truth may be hiding just around the corner. You are about to witness an illusion known as the impossible fork. Observe this illustration. At the top, we see the start of a fork with the tines
I'll
directed
give you
down.
an impossible
Certainly
fork.
possible. Now, focus on the bottom half of the illustration. Here we see the tines of the fork. Also definitely possible. But viewed together at the same time, we see 2 tines that begin at the top become 3 tines at the bottom. An impossible situation. Keep an open mind, for just when you think you're traveling down the clear pathway of truth, you may encounter an impossible fork in the road. To those of us with a sense of organization, it's a satisfying feeling to see a well-drawn design. Now, look at this checkerboard. The squiggly lines seem to go against everything we expect.
They're so squiggly.
It almost looks as though the lines have been drawn freehand. But here's the truth. The lines that appear to be uneven are absolutely straight. The illusion is created by the placement of the small designs within the checkerboard. From a distance, our eyes still lie to us, even though we know the truth. Although we may seem to be telling you the truth, we don't always walk a straight line.
Wow, you guys are really getting surprised by that.
You know, I really enjoy working with these pretty flowers. These beautiful ones are my favorites.
They're so pretty.
Oh, there's a bumblebee. He seems to like these flowers too. I'd say he really likes them, wouldn't you? Of course, a little bee on a big flower like this could spend all day eating. I think I'll watch for a while. Hey, where's he going? He was just getting a good start.
Put plants in your yard for
what's
bees,
this?
assholes.
He's coming back.
He's
going to share
spring.
his good
It's time to
find with
plant
all
things.
his friends. You know, I think that little bee has the right idea. If you've found good news, share it.
Guess what? Guess what? Corey Haim and Corey Feldman are giving out their personal numbers. If you call 1-900-909-3700, you can listen to their private phone messages and get their personal number where you can leave them a message of your own. $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Ask your parents before you call. 1-900-909-3700.
If you call me right now, I'll give you my private number. You call that number, and you'll hear a recording, and I'll give you my personal number if you call that.
Is that allowed?
And we'll wrap.
Well, guys, we'll definitely wrap. That's all that I have for you tonight. What do you mean over already? It's been 4 hours. We'll definitely see each other again soon. Promise you. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you had a good night. Bye, everybody. Bye. 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 Bye.
Son, I really think you should push the button.
F?
You have pushed the wrong button.
Just walk up and get it.
Come on. Come on, we don't have all day.
All I have to do is pick it up.
What is she waiting for?
I don't know.
Come on, scaredy cat.
Good morning. My name is Jake Seltzer. My name's Jake Seltzer. Hello, I am Jake Seltzer. I'm Jake Seltzer. Good morning. My name is Jake Seltzer. My name's Jake Seltzer. Hiya, I'm Jake Seltzer.
Hi, I'm Carol Green.
Good morning. My name is Jake Seltzer. Hello, I am Jake Seltzer. I'm Jake Seltzer. Good morning. My name is Jake Seltzer. My name's Jake Seltzer. Hiya, I'm Jake Seltzer. I'm Jake Seltzer. Hello, I am Jake Seltzer. My name's Jake Seltzer. Hiya, I'm Jake Seltzer. My name is Jake Seltzer. Who's the host? Is it Susan? Is it John? Or am I the host?
Jake, you're the host.
I'm the host? Good morning. My name is Jake Seltzer. I'm your host.
Find the goodness where it's at. Give the eggshells some of that. Go smash an egg.
If an egg is all you've got, but you'd like Earth on cocotte, oi! Scream for cream. When you want to turn a spud into grub to warm the blood, oi! Scream for cream. Cream is absolutely natural, cream is absolutely pure, but you've got to get the real thing to be absolutely sure. Take a strawberry in your hand, pick a really nice one out. Oi! Scream for cream, it's only natural. Oi! Scream for cream, there's nothing like it. Oi! Scream for cream.
I know this is dumb, friends, but this is cum, friends.
Lester's body was found discovered in a vacant lot over the weekend. WWKO-FM. This is the New York area weather from the National Weather Service. The forecast, variable cloudiness, an overnight low in the 50s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies, low in the 50s, high near 65. Current mostly clear and 60. Relative humidity is 54%. That's WWKO News. I'm David Parker on Radio 85.7, the music station, New York. This winter, enjoy America the Beautiful.
Yeah. A diamond is the world's hardest substance, but 2 years later, you still can't cook on it.
And, as always, I'm watching you, Sap.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.